Right. I think it might be stuck. Right, I'll try to restart it. Right, here we go.
Detective Hercule Poirot? Ah, Chief Commissioner.
Presented by Microids.
On the contrary, it is a most convenient time.
So have you
The safe passage of a painting?
September apparently. But
Tell me
I'm not sure why that's going on, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Paint. Yeah, I love this series. But yeah, I'm replaying it to re-record footage. Because I wasn't very happy with the last time that I played. Because unfortunately, yeah, I did get a lot of things wrong. With my kind of interface. Hey, Captain Steel, and how's it going? It has been a long time, and yeah, how's it going? Bad footage, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately I had it, so the UI that I was recording with was covering up the subtitles. So yeah, I'm hoping to kind of redo it. I'm good, thank you. Excellent. And yeah, I hope things go really well.
Very well. I shall wait no longer.
Beautiful, isn't she?
It's the Titanic.
Monsieur. The open water. There really is nothing quite like her.
I really like the increased kind of presentation that this game has compared to the last game.
Forgive me, I just can't imagine being scared of the ocean in this day and age. The potential to see the world is open to even the ordinary man like us.
Don't let go, Jack.
I can assure you, monsieur, it isn't a matter of being scared.
Glad you're doing okay. Hey, thank you, Captain.
Mister.
I am...
Forgive me, madame.
No harm done. Accidents happen. My cigarette case. Where is it?
I didn't see.
You thought I wouldn't notice? A young lady traveling.
I love the way that he just wobbles around. He's like, woo.
I'm sure the young lady would appreciate the help of two handsome strangers.
Instead, I need to show off my sick dance moves.
A young lady should not be left to gather her own things.
Yeah, I'm also using a new controller, so hopefully the DualShock 4 works better. Right. So that just looks at it.
Oh dear. What a mess.
Absolutely unacceptable.
I didn't drop it on purpose.
A young lady should not be left to gather her own things.
Right, that's eight. Hey.
Ah. Aha.
Hey, ASJ, and how's it going? 10 times the detail. 1855, alright. Yeah, and how's it going to SJ? Right, and why? Yeah. So it's gonna cigarette holder.
You are returning home?
I am. But how did you know that?
You know how's it going, SJ? Oh my god, thank you! Resubbed with Prime! The Prime!
Sub me up, baby.
Sub me up, baby. Thank you so much.
Besides your educated accent, the crest that adorns your cigarette case, it is of British origin.
Very observant. It's the crest of my family, and the case belonged to my mother.
Yeah, and
I take it everywhere with me.
How have you been doing that recently?
Miss Florence Farquhar, a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Oh my god, is that Farquhar from Shrek?
The pleasure is ours.
That looks like everything. Except for my powder case.
That is actually where I stored the cocaine.
Is this what you're looking for?
It is. Thank you, Miss
Miss Babanin. Anastasia Babanin.
Anastasia. What a beautiful name.
It was my grandmother's.
Well, that's everything now. I can't thank you all enough for your help.
I'd be happy to escort you. Here, I'll take your bag.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you.
This guy's not
Cabin
Omega
4.
simp.
I'll be right behind you. Anastasia, perhaps I can offer you a token of my gratitude in the bar later?
Or the bar. We're getting drunk, baby.
That would be lovely.
And you.
Detective Hercule Poirot.
Hey, getting by one day at a time, easy back into talking to people. Awesome.
A detective?
Yeah, it
I
is.
was not expecting to
It's
meet
great to
such
that
a distinguished
that it's
gentleman
going
on
well.
board.
I did not expect to meet someone of Russian descent on a ship between the great city of Antwerp and Dover.
Antwerp, what a name.
I never mentioned where I was from either.
Is Antwerp an actual place? Right. Yeah. Yes, that.
One did not have to. Anastasia, of Russian
is.
origin meaning resurrection.
That is a legendary name.
And here was me thinking I was special.
Your knowledge of my heritage is most impressive.
I have all of Google inside of my brain.
And I'll take that as my cue to leave. Good evening.
It seems it's just us remaining.
I would very much like to hear stories from your homeland. Perhaps you would join me in the restaurant.
As charming as that would be, I'm feeling rather tired. It must be all the sea air.
Then I shall leave you to your slumber. Adieu.
As much as I enjoyed the delights of
Yeah,
the
no,
restaurant,
not gonna lie, like,
I
being
still
on the boat
found
is
my
really,
mind
really
drifting
weird.
back to Mademoiselle Babagna. I have spent the first part of this excursion neglecting my duties. It's time to retrieve my notebook from this safe and begin. The combination was not a difficult one to remember. 1815, the Battle of Waterloo.
Ah.
Alright, so it's 1815.
Et voilà. Time to... One cannot ignore such a blood-curdling scream.
I'm guessing it's just gonna be like a spider.
My mother's cigarette case. It's gone. How could somebody do this?
Wait, again?
Mademoiselle, I ask that you take a moment to calm.
You're a detective. Of course. What luck.
As luck would have it, one of Belgium's finest. Now, I require as many details of the crime as you can offer.
I came to my cabin and began unpacking. I couldn't get the safe working, but the gentleman that helped me with my luggage showed me how it works. Afterwards, I went for a brief walk, and when I returned, the safe was open, and my cigarette case was gone.
We must consider the suspect list. Those who were aware of the cigarette case's existence.
That can only be those who were up on the deck when my luggage spilled. Miss Babagnan, the porter, yourself.
No, they're just trying to stop your mum so you filthy habit. Exactly. Is
And your helpful stranger.
the health advisor?
Yes, of course.
I ask that you gather them for me. And while you are absent, I shall begin my investigation in here. If Mademoiselle permits.
Whatever you need to do to find it.
But first, you must see my sick dance moves. Yeah, I like that. Like when you highlight each one, it kind of gives a little paragraph. Oh, that's what the sync is, yeah. I see we're playing the Sibs.
Huh. Huh.
Alright, so that's all good. Okay, so it was a clear opening. Right, 1896.
Aha.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Mademoiselle, I thought you would be returning with a gentleman also.
The gentleman wanted to speak to the porter alone first.
I was unaware he is also a detective.
He's not a policeman. He works in insurance, I believe.
On insurance.
It appears I shall be spending my time chasing amateur detectives around the ship.
Mademoiselle, I would like to start with
Is it-
access to the safe combination.
It's always the insurance people.
No one. It was in a sealed envelope that was waiting for me when I arrived. I memorized it and threw the paper overboard. 4385. It's really not that difficult to remember.
A similar envelope was waiting for me upon my arrival. The date of the Battle of Waterloo, as I recall. Every safe, although identical, must have a different combination.
After the gentleman helped me with the safe, he left.
If the mysterious gentleman is behind the theft, he went to great lengths to hide his fingerprints, but did little to hide his movements in Mademoiselle Farquhar's cabin. There are many questions that require answers. Answers I believe he may hold.
Alright, so now we have to link things. And then you get extra questions, I think you can ask people.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
He knew. He had the entire database. Alright, let's look at that. Alright. And a excellent teapot. I love how we're just taking these items. Is that mine? Mine? Alright. So this is damaged. And of course the fingerprint.
Magnifique. A fingerprint. Now to determine who it belongs to.
You found one, detective?
But
exciting.
when a lot of people use
you'll want to take
the
mine.
door.
To rule me out, I mean.
You seem very oddly enthusiastic about this.
Mademoiselle Babagnan, I'm sorry we must continue our conversation under these circumstances.
On the contrary, what fantastic luck that you are here. Now I get to see you at work.
It was actually me all along. Big fan.
I'm afraid I've done very little, actually. After we parted ways, I went to my cabin. I had barely unpacked and I was fast asleep on the bed.
Alone?
That is a rather personal question, don't you think, detective? I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. A poor attempt at a joke. Yes, I was alone.
There is no need to be nervous. And then?
And then I was woken up by Florence's scream. I have never heard something so terrifying.
I don't get why someone would scream that loudly for a cigarette case. That sounds like an addiction problem.
Am I to be used as your guinea pig?
Absolutely.
I would not dare compare you to a guinea pig. Would you be so kind?
The answer is yes, of course. I have nothing to hide.
Oh, I need a bit of paper, don't I? I love that Poirot is just like, oh, that is absolutely preposterous. Come on now. I am absolutely disappointed. Oh, see, now we can take the fingerprints.
You could ask me anything.
I'm here to obtain your fingerprint.
Am I to be used as...
I would not dare compare.
The answer is yes.
Eh. Imagine if Florence
Mademoiselle Farquhar, I shall have your cigarette case returned to you before we
just
reach
had it
the
in her
English
pocket
coast.
the entire time.
I hope so, Detective.
A common mistake.
You caught me, reading my own article.
I must say you raise a very interesting point. Art should have no social boundaries. Creativity is for all to enjoy.
Bro is spitting facts.
Thank you for saying that. I wish everyone was as open-minded. Yes, I'm really quite excited about it.
You have been invited to a preview at the Royal Edward Gallery. A small world indeed.
Will you be in attendance? It's actually one of the reasons that I have been in Belgium. I was lucky enough to have a sneak peek at some of the pieces on show. I'll also be writing a follow-up article on the success of it. Fingers crossed.
Oh, it's always about writing articles.
Lucky indeed. I am sure it will be a great success.
Right. I think we're gonna have to go outside. To the deck. Alright, let's see. Take a look, see.
I'm sorry, but it's just not acceptable, Mark.
Oh, there's a dispute going on here.
I've apologized to the lady.
And that makes everything all right?
It was an accident.
An accident that could have been avoided if you hadn't spent your morning drinking.
Gentlemen, you are behaving like two young boys in the schoolyard.
Ooh,
It
tell
ends
'em.
now.
Oh, tell him. Poirot taking no prisoners. Absolutely merciless.
Is Mademoiselle Farquhar aware you are acting as her knight in shining armor?
I wouldn't go as far as that. I think perhaps we have got off on the wrong foot.
I am actually a tier 3 sub to her channel.
I'm Arthur Hastings.
Let's go, Hastings!
She requested you to follow her to her cabin, no?
Oh, yes, she did, but I wanted to...
Speak with the porter privately? This was part of your investigation?
Well, I'm not a detective. I was just,
Then perhaps you will answer some questions that are vital to my investigation as a detective.
What can I do for you? When Florence, Miss Farquhar, told me that something had gone missing from her safe, I thought it must have been the porter.
How so?
I'd rather not say with him standing just there.
Well, he wanted to absolutely just roast him.
It is not I that controls the volume of your voice.
You must have noticed the smell of beer on his breath. I wouldn't put it past a man that drinks on the job to steal.
That is quite the accusation. And if you were correct, you wish to settle the matter with him privately?
I am actually going to throw him off board, Mr. Poirot.
I wanted to give him what for, but I suppose I lost my nerve.
That sounds exactly like he just wanted to throw him overboard. Alright,
It is.
looks insurance.
Is my employment relevant to Miss Farquhar's missing cigarette case?
I hope you will entertain me for a moment. What would you say the chances of proving a theft in a case such as this one are?
Well, a report from a detective like yourself will certainly help expedite her insurance claim.
As I thought.
It had perhaps not crossed her mind before, but being amongst an officer of the law and an insurance man, the idea of insurance fraud may have appeared appealing.
I'm what some would call a middleman. I oversee the handling of recently sold items and put the buyer in contact with an appropriate insurer.
The mention of insurance initially sparked my attention, but the more he talks of his work, I believe he may be my mysterious contact from Lloyd's of London.
It was your work that took you to Belgium?
I can't go into too many details, but I'm actually delivering a rather special piece of art to London. I'm meant to be meeting an official of some sorts that's supposed to be helping me, but no sign of them yet.
And it is confirmed. It concerns me that my supposed trusted colleague has found himself involved in the middle of my investigation. I will continue.
Merci, monsieur.
This really is an exciting case. Anything I can do to help Miss Farquhar, please don't hesitate to ask.
Your enthusiasm has been noted.
Yeah, so apparently we're staying undercover because Hastings could be involved. Or he might not be.
Perhaps you and I can have a more civilized discussion.
I'll tell you the same as I told your friend. I will not be bullied.
Intimidation is not my forte. What is uncovering the identity of criminals and making sure they are punished to the fullest extent of the law.
And that's me?
That is what I am yet to conclude.
Who said anything about drinking alcohol?
It does not take a detective to identify the distinct odor on one's breath.
Maybe one to calm my nerves. My sea legs aren't here yet, that's all.
It's always the drunk sailors.
I was in the cargo hold, cutting something with my knife, and it slipped. No harm done.
I am not quite sure you understand what that means.
So now I am stupid and a drunk?
Do you have the knife in question on your person now?
I love how he just avoided just answering it entirely. He was like, I mean, you could be, but you know, I'm gonna stay polite.
I don't. He stole it and won't return it.
What can I do for you?
Oh. Yeah, okay. And there's blood on the blade. Right, right, let's put things together, shall we?
Magnifique.
Right, I think I need to ask to take their fingerprints, don't I?
Oui, monsieur.
I shall let you return to your duties.
What can I do for you?
You have been most helpful.
okay. And working his cabin, had a knife though. Could have broken in with a knife. So yeah, like someone could have used a knife.
Huh.
Alright, let's go inspect, shall we?
Hmm.
Into the cabin.
Of course. What? Insured? Oh no, why would I have it insured?
Anything of substantial monetary value.
I'll stop you there, Detective. The cigarette case itself is hardly worth 2 pennies, but to me, it's priceless.
It's priceless.
Not for a second. At least not with my permission. You probably think this silly, naive woman has left her valuables out, or I've just misplaced them. But I assure you, that is not me.
It had not crossed my mind for even a moment.
Alright, his cotton hat. Alright, owns a stealing life and an alcoholic. Right, let's put some evidence together. New.
Something just...
Feel right, yeah.
hot on the culprit's heels.
Alright, let's see what's correct. And tracks covered.
Beginning to become... I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction. I must consider the suspects I have in front of me. Monsieur Hastings. He is keen to impress Mademoiselle Farquhar and claims that he was alone in his cabin working since. Mark Allard, the porter. Evidence suggests a rather amateur attempt to break into the safe, which in his intoxicated state would make sense. But it was just a ruse. The safe was opened quite masterfully, leaving only signs of a poorly attempted break-in.
Oh, okay.
Mademoiselle Babagna, a new friend to Mademoiselle Farquhar, who appeared at a most convenient time. I cannot see a motive besides the obvious value of the cigarette case. But Mademoiselle Farquhar has made it quite clear the value is of a sentimental nature. Perhaps the best thing for me would be to return to my cabin to think. I fear my legs and perhaps even my evening meal will not last much longer amidst these waves. Perhaps...
Ah, detective. How goes the investigation?
A good detective, better yet, a great detective, will find motive, means, and opportunity.
She found it! Miss Babanian found it! Oh, thank heavens!
Oh.
I was on my way to speak with the captain when I saw something shining underneath one of those pipes.
Strange that it was not spotted earlier by any one of us while on the ship's deck.
Maybe the thief was scared and dumped it for fear of being caught red-handed.
Miss Babanian, Anastasia, you saved the day. I can't thank you enough. And you, of course, Detective.
I find Mademoiselle Babagna's explanation of finding the cigarette case rather coincidental. But without any definitive proof, I cannot suggest anything otherwise. The cigarette case has been returned and the coast is in sight, which is what is important.
Let's go.
Although there still remains a part of me that craves the truth.
I suppose you can chalk that up as a victory.
A victory for Mademoiselle Farquhar, but not in the eyes of the law.
Well, if anyone asks, I'll confirm what a splendid job you did.
Very kind, monsieur. While we are on the matter of truth, Monsieur Arthur Hastings, you are here to oversee the transportation of the penitent Magdalene painting, are you not?
How on earth?
You are aware of my employment, but not of my true identity. Detective Hercule Poirot.
Wait, are you the official that I was supposed to have met on board?
Oui, monsieur. Please, accept my apologies for keeping my true identity hidden. But I had to be sure your involvement with the theft was purely coincidental.
And now we have the duo.
When it comes to the nature of our work, trust must be earned.
A little unorthodox, but I suppose I understand. So you can trust me now?
It continues to grow.
Well, we have a couple of weeks before the gala, so hopefully by then you'll trust me with your life.
One can hope.
Yeah, there we go. I love this intro sequence. I'm not sure if these like paintings or if... Oh yeah, it's definitely paintings. The image of like the burning city is so good. She looks high as a kite. It's like, oh, I don't know what that is. Oh, that's such a good transition. Time to solve some mysteries, Gromit. The London case.
I don't think I'll ever stop being amazed seeing such incredible pieces up close.
One would certainly hope not. Aha.
Uh, I think it's no. Okay, it's not that. Let's check. There's like the hair, maybe. Oh, the ring thing, right? Halo? Yeah, okay.
What do you gentlemen think of this particular piece?
Can it really be?
To a layman, perhaps. I'm afraid it's a complete fake.
I love that face. That's just the most face I've ever seen. You know,
No. Such eloquent and delicate work.
Very observant. But that doesn't make it authentic. You know, even Michelangelo himself was an art forger in his early career.
I'm actually had to feed the dog. So is anyone dead yet? We finished the prologue, so now we're on chapter 1. And basically, someone conveniently found the missing cigarette case, and yeah, the case just kind of closed there, and we don't know who took the case. So now Hastings has joined us, and we're now at the art museum. She was a wrong and true, yeah.
See if you can spot the telltale sign of a forgery.
Oh, it's time to find the forgery. Clues of the forgery. Right, and the crusty bandana. Oh, it's a turban, okay.
The craquelure is inconsistent across the painting. Surely a sign of a cheap imitation.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's a really nice painting.
Very impressive, detective.
And this case is all about paintings, so we're gonna see a lot of them.
Unconvincing aging is one of the most common giveaways of a forgery, whether it be in the craquelure, the smells of chemicals used to artificially age the painting, pigments that haven't dulled with age. Sometimes it's as simple as the materials used just not existing at the time of painting. The trustees were quite excited by its arrival, but it didn't take me long to identify its faults.
She actually really does. She sounds like a student at like Hogwarts. I'm expecting her to say like Wingardium Leviosa, just like any moment. True, yeah. She sounds like Hermione, like in the first 3 movies.
Quite the detective yourself, Mademoiselle Warbeck.
Please, call me Evelyn.
Evelyn? Huh? Good Evelyn.
If there's one thing I've learned in the short time I've spent with the detective here, formalities and politeness are essential.
They are a cornerstone of modern civilization and must be upheld.
This city could benefit from more gentlemen like yourself.
He is always formal.
Now that the etiquette of our greetings has been decided, shall we finalize preparations?
I was hoping you'd say that. The exhibition area needs to be secured. I wonder if you would be able to lock the remaining doors for me? I'll lock the west wing door when I'm finished there. And if you could tie this ribbon around the handles of the main door for me, I'll leave it outside.
Let's go!
If securing the exhibition room is what Mademoiselle Warbeck requires, that is what shall be done.
Oh my god, true, yeah. Poirot has got the drip. Monsieur Hastings. You must see this nuts I have been working on.
Detective Poirot, have you ever seen something so beautiful?
Monsieur Hastings, everything has beauty. It is only how the individual perceives it that defines just how beautiful.
One banger quote.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Oui, I am.
Mademoiselle Warbeck requested I prepare a ribbon over the main exhibition room door before the grand reveal. Once I have done that, the restoration room door shall be locked, and our work, for the moment at least, is complete.
Let's go!
Miss Warbeck did ask you to make it look pretty.
Yeah, we seem to have like a Sims kind of camera.
One shall complete the task to the degree it is requested. Symmetry is the key, you see.
Oh yes, I see.
These ribbons must be perfect.
Everything is now ready for the arrival of the guests.
I assume you have the list of guests?
I am afraid not. It would usually be an essential part of my preparation. In fact, it perturbs me that there is something I did not have time to prepare for.
Would you like me to find Miss Warbeck? There may still be some time to check the list.
Which Poirot characters are your favourite?
Look, there's Miss Farquhar with Miss Babinin.
Oh, the iconic duo.
Seems that they became fast friends after the incident on the ship. Intriguing.
Yeah, all too coincidental.
Intriguing how?
Speculation, monsieur. Nothing more.
Which actor? Yeah, which in the TV series, which one is your favorite? In terms of like how they played the character?
That head of yours is just constantly full of thoughts. Who's this?
I have no idea, but she's sure to turn heads with such a fetching dress.
I quite agree. And who is this dapper-looking gentleman?
Mon Dieu.
Mon Dieu.
Wait a minute. Is that? Well, I never.
It is Zachariah from the first game.
Poirot, you devil! Forgive me. What are my manners? Detective Poirot.
Goodness, Monsieur Demire. Poirot is more than adequate for an old friend.
He saves my family from near ruin, uncovers a murderous plan, and still has the modesty to not correct a buffoon like me.
What it was such is the iconic classic. True. His performance is amazing. Now, also really sort for Peter Ustinov's version in the old films. I haven't actually seen the old films, so I really want to look for them.
Allow me to introduce myself.
I mean, I'm very interested in how on how Peter plays the character.
Heavens, my manners appear to have been replaced by surprise and excitement. Forgive me. Monsieur Demire, This is Monsieur Arthur Hastings.
You've got yourself a partner now. Well, any friend of Poirot's is surely a friend of mine.
He's very enthusiastic about this.
Monsieur Hastings has been kind enough to show me the sights of London. A more than adequate guide.
I would take that. It's as often as a blue moon you see Poirot handing out approvals like that.
Also, how goes the dogs, SJ? Are they doing okay? A bit camp too. I love that. Evil Under the Sun is great. Has Maggie Smith? Oh, okay. I will put that on the list.
And what is it you do, Mr. Demir?
A previous field medic, Monsieur Demir now finds himself working for... With his brother, doing most honorable charitable work all across London.
Okay, just for them, everyone had to sniff around the garden. Yeah. Dogs are always very curious.
Need I say more?
Could everyone gather together for a photograph, please? Would you all move a bit closer together for me, please?
Always being inspectors.
I didn't realize we were going to be in the newspaper.
Exclusive newspaper.
Is that a problem?
No, not at all. I just want the camera to get my best side.
Depends on the context.
Okay, if everyone is ready.
So, Poirot, what on earth are you doing here anyway?
My orders were to see to the safe travel of the centerpiece of the exhibition, the penitent Magdalene. Monsieur Hastings here travels with me, covering any administrations and insurance requirements.
What a lad.
Art protection? That's a bit beneath the great Hercule Poirot, isn't it? Especially protecting it from this lot.
Perhaps you would be so kind as to introduce us.
Ah, where's the fun in that? We have to make sure those... What's it you call them again?
You are referring to my little greys.
Little grey cells, yes? Ah, that's it.
The absolute iconic line. Little grey cells.
I've been playing a little game. I've been trying to find a painting to match each of the guests. At least the ones I'm acquainted with. I wondered, Poirot, do you think you can ascertain which paintings match which guests?
Let's go with the mini game, baby. If you're going to watch this one old Christie film, though, I'd say you watch Murder on the Orient Express. Oh yeah, that's that's the Agatha Christie game, which is in, I think, October. So we will be playing that one also. The Murder on the Orient Express.
I can give you a little info, but you'll need to make your own inquiries.
Yeah, I didn't know that they had old films, so I'm definitely gonna watch them.
Miss Irene Courtsmire. She's one you'll want to keep your eye on in the future art scene. Born and raised on a rather affluent estate, she turned her back on her parents in her teens to start a new life in London as an artist.
Hello, I'm a professional graphic designer. Would you like layouts, emotes, VTuber models? God,
She's a very nice young lady.
I hate the graphic design scammers so much.
Ah, really? Interested, are we?
The new Kenneth Branagh titles are outstanding, but they bear no relation to the books. Oh, okay. So it's in a way like I guess like a reboot, or like a loose kind of adaptation.
I was only making a comment on her nature, nothing untoward, I can assure you.
Yeah, very much so. Ah, okay.
Or as we are all meant to refer to him as, the Honorable Reverend Horace Mountjoy.
I hate this character so much. This guy right here is single-handedly like one of the most just worst characters.
He's a man of the church. I'm not sure what else there is to say. If you're wanting to keep the lectures to a minimum, I'd avoid admitting to anything that would even be considered a sin.
I will mention every sin and then just walk away.
Ah, Mortimer Aylesworth. If you've not heard of him, I'd get familiar with the name. Eton and Cambridge educated, he followed in his father's political footsteps and has already surpassed them.
I went to Cambridge for university. I hate him already. Same. It's always like the really hardcore people, right? The really kind of hardcore, but bishops.
Johann Christiansen and his glamorous wife Betty Allen.
I don't like how the dude on the right looks like a Fred from Scooby-Doo.
Betty Allen, the actress.
The very same. They've been here in London for a few years, although she still plays down her baldness for British society, even with her recently taking a new role in the theatre.
She did not take his name in marriage?
Allen is her maiden name. Works as her stage name too.
Yeah,
a lot snappier than
would have loved to get to Cambridge. Yeah. Yeah, I think Cambridge is a really nice place.
And his employment?
He's a partner for a private bank in London. He has told me what he actually does many times before, and many times I forgot.
Absolutely amazing, Zachariah. Well, better than Oxford. Haven't I actually been to Oxford? Did you go to Oxford?
You will no doubt already know our host, Evelyn Warbeck.
We have already made her acquaintance. Very pleasant, if not rather flustered by today's exhibition.
Yeah, also like
well, there's
one
Mr.
of my
Hastings
friends
here. I'm sure we shall get to know each other
went
better.
to Lincoln for university.
And
So I actually stayed at his for I think about a week. And yeah, Lincoln is also really nice. Although there are a lot of swans though. An absolute just massive just horde of swans. So if you do like swans, then it is an amazing place. But if you absolutely hate swans, then yeah, don't go to Lincoln. Especially the university area, because there's loads of water, and then there's just a massive just horde of swans. Well, no, I played it at 17, and I've been running to catch up ever since that. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of less scary, yeah. I do like waterbirds, but I'm not really a fan of geese. Geese are horrifying, disgusting creatures. And also pelicans.
Anastasia Babana.
Pelicans are
We met
cursed.
briefly while traversing the channel.
Look at you, Poirot. Got a love interest of your own, huh?
Yeah, I love ducks. I haven't actually tried eating duck though, but I have heard really good things. Birds in general scare me. I think some can be, yeah, but I do really like ducks and also crows. Oh yeah, beaks and claws, yeah. Crows are very intelligent though, and if you're nice to them, then they will
need at all.
remember.
I know you're strictly business.
And they are very kind of loyal friends. But yeah, birds are really murderous. I don't like being near them when they just fly just really fast.
Let's see what you can do then. And come back to me when you know enough about the guests to solve my little mystery.
And also pigeons, my god, the pigeons. There's a reason why they call them like flying rats. And it was like the beady, just like red eyes. Yeah, pigeons are filthy birds.
Everything seems to be running smoothly. You've done a sterling job.
Everything except for the bishop and the other trustees' stooges.
The trusty stooges. Why did she say it like that?
It was never going to be easy going up against them. All men of a certain age, not used to the idea of change.
Wow, that's a bit ageist.
But they didn't get their way this time. And with my exhibit coming up, this place will finally have a showing they can be proud of. And the quality the museum deserves.
Oh my god. Budgies and cockatoos? Those are amazing.
Mademoiselle Cotte Smythe believes her upcoming exhibition will change the perspective of the trustees and the public.
Well, I like robins also, because they give kind of a nice kind of red color to go with like all the
I get the feeling she enjoys
green of the environment
accolades and being the center of attention.
Yeah, they are
Detective
super cute.
Poirot, you're looking much happier being on solid land.
There was a moment when I thought that wretched sea would get the best of me.
Well, I'm certainly glad it didn't.
Now, a bird that is an absolute monster though
Do not allow me to
is
disturb you,
the
madame. Adieu.
cassowary. Those are like actual raptors, and they have just like a devastating kick. They are actually major assholes. Alright, narcissists. Yeah, a reasonably high sense of their own self.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Not like the modern tripe Miss Warbeck insists on bringing into the museum. Oh, the Lord will not look fondly upon her choices.
See, already by the voice and by like what he said, he is just the most hateable character.
I would hope one's choice of art would not affect one's chances for a better
Very punchable, exactly. I want to suplex this person.
Let's hope not, for her sake.
I should lead him to it. Alright, alright. Right, what's he looking for? What's he looking at?
Incredible, isn't it? And to think we are all located on that one small planet, revolving around an all-encompassing star. To think of all the suffering. I give what I can to charity, but what this country needs is someone willing to put the poor first.
And this is a politician person.
I'm well aware of where we are. I just want to make sure I'm looking my best for the photographs.
And people call me the drama queen.
And what's that? The Good Samaritan? Right, and the busy bee. Right, I think that's all the paintings we can look at, right? Oh, this one. Joan of Arc, classic.
Ooh.
Hey. No, let me past invisible wall. Oh, Zachariah has the power of invisible walls.
Have you any thoughts on my little mystery?
Absolutely, my good sir. Right. Good Samaritan, right?
Why might they be like this particular piece? That's right! Although I shouldn't be surprised. Anyone else?
Let's see. Badoo, badoo, badoo. Not the answer, right? Yeah, I don't think we have the right painting.
Have you any thoughts on my...
Right, Warbeck, though, I think is Joan of Arc.
Why might they be like this particular piece? That's right! Although I shouldn't be surprised. Anyone else?
Right, No, okay, so we don't have that.
So, have you any thought?
Let's go for Monsieur Christie answer.
Why might they be like this particular piece? That's right. Although I shouldn't be surprised. Anyone else?
Right. No, that's the wrong one.
So, have you any thoughts on my little mystery?
Yeah, I think this one is the B, right?
Why might they be like this particular piece?
No, I think we need to unlock the answer. Yeah, alright.
So, have you... So...
Alright,
Why might they...
cigarette case. Huh. Hmm. Right, so where do we get the answer though?
Aha.
Right, Judgment Day, that is 100% of the bishop, right?
It is a great pleasure to see you again, mademoiselle.
Oh, okay, so this is how we get it.
I've been looking forward to us bumping into one another. Thank you again for your help.
I must admit, I feel almost tormented that I was not able to uncover the identity of the thief.
All that matters is that it was found. If you'll excuse me, I really should get on. This article isn't going to write itself. I moan, but it's my love. My obsession, you could say.
How dare you?
Oh my god, he teleported. Scary.
That might be something you say where you're from, but not here. Not to me.
What a waste of champagne.
Oh my god, did he just get splashed?
I thought this was supposed to be a civilized event.
Oh my god, shut up with Mount Joy.
Are you alright, mademoiselle? I hope you did not spill any champagne on your gown.
Exactly, shut up, Horace.
Don't worry about me. It's only that wretched man that has got some cleaning up to do.
I absolutely hate Horace so much.
His suit and his mouth, by the sounds of it.
Do not allow this to ruin your day.
I have no intention of allowing such a thing. In fact, we have business to discuss.
It would be good to at least schedule a time that suits us both.
Monsieur Christiansen and Madame Hélène have returned.
You are to be the focus of Mademoiselle Farquhar's article.
Miss Court Smythe here is the next big name, and she has been kind enough to offer me an exclusive interview.
Madame Hélène has left via the exit, but Monsieur Christiansen has not gone with her.
Do not allow me to interrupt your work.
Ah, you've had more than enough time, detective. So, how did you get on?
If one is to discover the truth, one must proceed using the correct methods and cannot be rushed.
Right. I think Betty is the wild horse.
Why might they be like... That's right. Although I shouldn't be surprised. Anyone else?
Let's go. Bishop. Yep, Judgment Day.
Why might they be like this particular piece?
Yeah, judges people harshly.
Although I shouldn't be surprised. Anyone else?
That corner is yellow worker bee.
Why might they be like this particular piece?
There you go, hard worker.
That's right. Although I shouldn't be surprised. Anyone else?
Anyone else? Alright. Mademoiselle Smith. Let's see, the mechanical or
why might they be like this particular piece?
right, and center of attention. Let's go, baby.
That's right. Although I shouldn't be surprised. That's everyone. Well done. I should have known it'd be no challenge for you.
I have faced many a more demanding challenge, but few quite so enjoyable.
Oh, screaming again?
Hi, is he okay? I think something's wrong with him.
As gay as his drink just went the wrong direction. I wonder what his animation does if we just let him do it. This song is from the heart.
I think he's having a heart attack.
Oh, okay. He just holds it. He doesn't like do any kind of
He seems stable. Now's the time to get him to the infirmary.
Oh, there's no need for that. I'm feeling much better already.
Wouldn't it be best to telephone for a real doctor?
Monsieur Demir was a field medic. What more of a professional is required?
A field medic? Really?
A field medic that has seen people in a lot worse states, who didn't have the luxury of a proper hospital.
Oh, I didn't mean to offend. I'm sorry. If I am being carted off, the unveiling must go on. I will not have this silly old man ruining the gala for everyone.
You drive a hard bargain, Monsieur Aylesworth.
I'd just like to say a few words.
I'm sure you would.
Oh, come Mountjoy again?
Thank you all for coming. Here at the Royal Edward Gallery, we are proud to present such wonderful works by some truly fantastic artists. And with much negotiation and pleading, we have been able to secure a most fabulous and individual piece. Standing here with you, unveiling today's centerpiece, the Penitent Magdalene, really is a special moment for both this museum and me personally. So, without further ado,
let's go!
Oh my.
Am I missing something here?
Things just got interesting.
it was. It should be.
Is
I got
this
stolen.
some kind of joke? Evelyn, what's going on here? Oh, trust you to have no idea.
Oh, shut
You've
up,
really done it this time, girl.
She's done nothing. It's not her fault.
By the grace of God, it's somebody's fault.
I am quite sure Mademoiselle Warbeck is as surprised as us all. S'il vous plaît, everyone. Remain where you are. Please do not touch a thing. Monsieur Hastings, you saw me lock the door to the restoration room, oui?
Of course, I was by your side. I'm going to be in a lot of trouble for this.
You are not responsible for the painting's disappearance.
But who is?
Do not allow any of the guests to leave the main hall.
And what are you going to do?
What is required? One's job.
Dun dun dun. Let's go chapter 2.
So, I don't really know what to say.
Monsieur Hastings, this theft may be a new and foreign concept to you. But to Detective Poirot, it is just another case waiting to be solved.
What do we do then?
We must get to work. If we can ascertain the thief's point of entry and exit, this may all be resolved momentarily.
Alright, so we had to inspect who stole the painting. And right, let's take a look around and see.
Oh.
Right, right, opera glasses.
Ah.
Yeah, so whoever did this wasn't very careful.
Huh. Huh.
And a bit of stuff. Okay, so that wasn't a route.
Ah.
Right, broken glass found on the floor.
What a revelation.
Painting was clumsily removed. Yeah, that's a tall vase, right?
The answer was staring me in the face.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah, I think that's everything interactable.
Ah.
Gentlemen, I have called the police and they should arrive shortly. What can I do in the meantime?
Do you still hold the master key?
Of course. You are the only other person who has had access to it.
Très bien. Please keep it close. I believe the thief may be one of the guests here today.
What can I...
Merci.
Alright. Lynn still has the key.
Order and method.
Yeah, there we go.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Monsieur Hastings, I pose this question to you. If Mademoiselle Warbeck still has the master key,
Is she not a suspect herself?
très bien.
Right.
Mademoiselle Warbeck is likely not our thief. The real thief did not care about the museum and what is hung on its walls.
At some time during this evening's festivities, the key was taken from her pocket and used in the restoration room door without her knowledge. If we find the pickpocket, we will uncover our painting thief. First, we must search the restoration room.
Yeah, so someone must have taken her key and then returned it.
Mesdames et messieurs, your attention please. I am Detective Hercule Poirot of the Belgian Police Force. I was charged with the safety of the penitent Magdalene painting on its voyage to London from Belgium.
And look at my moustache. Now this is art. Huh?
The missing painting has indeed cut the celebrations of the gala short, and so I consider my duty to be, as yet, incomplete. Still ongoing. With your cooperation, I ask that you all remain within the building, and I intend to speak with you all individually.
If I was the thief, I would certainly be worried after a speech like that. I just wonder if... maybe I should let you do the questioning.
Monsieur Hastings, the painting's safe return also falls upon your shoulders.
I know, but I can make myself useful elsewhere, see what clues I can find.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, so we need to look at opportunities. Right, so you have Betty and Johan.
Logical thinking shall always prevail.
Right. Let's return to the main hall. Yeah, that's right. And enter the West Wing.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming.
Right, yeah. And then he went to the West Wing. I mean the East Wing, sorry. Right, so save all that's our links.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Christiansen.
Detective, what a mess you have on your hands.
That is certainly one way to describe it. Perhaps you can begin to help me to clear up this mess.
I was with Betty most of the evening. She wasn't feeling herself. I'm glad I didn't leave and miss out on all of this. Don't tell me you don't get a little thrill when a new case appears.
I do not think about such thrills, Monsieur Christensen. Only justice.
All business, no pleasure, I see. I remember seeing the priest.
The bishop?
Yes, him. He came down the stairs just before Mr. Aylesworth recovered. Maybe a man of the church was all he needed.
Interesting.
Oh, you saw that?
I think everyone did.
I believe every soul in the museum did.
Oh, no.
At least felt the commotion.
So I look like the bad guy, hmm? That's what you get for standing up to a bully, I suppose?
Yeah, he definitely looks like the sole bad guy.
A bully?
She made some pretty awful comments about Betty and her career. And I wasn't just going to stand by and let her say whatever she wanted.
Okay, so it's like a defense kind of thing.
You should lock her up for what she did to me. She's unhinged. Are you married, Detective Poirot?
I am not.
Then heed my warning. If your wife, whenever she comes along, wants to be left alone, you leave her alone.
Merci, monsieur.
Alright, so I guess we just go and talk and look at what they're doing.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle.
It seems trouble follows you, Detective.
So it would appear. And the faster I am able to ask my questions, the faster this trouble will be resolved.
I saw Betty leave the main hall and head for the West Wing after the whole champagne debacle. What do you think that was all about?
It is not my job to speculate on such private matters. It is to uncover the location of the missing painting and who is responsible.
If there is someone who can, it's you, Detective.
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now.
Yeah, big question is just like, where's like the bathroom, the museum?
Mademoiselle, if you have a moment, I wish to ask you some questions.
Look around you, Detective. Out of the ordinary is the ordinary here.
Regarding the guests of the gala, you had the opportunity to speak with them all?
I met that delightful Farquhar girl, the art critic. With any luck, her article will finally give me the respect I deserve.
Your talk on the balcony went well, I presume.
Well, indeed. We weren't up there for long before the poor politician was struck down. What luck for there to be a doctor at the scene. And for us to have a detective here, too.
Okay, so like business partners.
Before I wasted a perfectly good glass of champagne on that man, you mean?
That is certainly one way to tell the story.
I'd hardly call him trying to push himself upon me as a story.
With his wife in the same room?
You think a man with that much arrogance cares? Women are nothing more than objects to him. One day he'll learn his lesson.
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now.
Right, let's talk to you.
Bonsoir, Mademoiselle Babagnan.
Please, detective. Surely we are past those formalities.
Formalities never end.
What you may consider a formality, I consider etiquette.
Exactly.
Well, I had the pleasure of meeting the other guests. I feel so fortunate just to be invited myself.
Modesty is the color of virtue. Now, mademoiselle, you were saying...
Oh, yes. We all gathered for that delightful photograph. Then I spent some time looking at all the wonderful art. I did notice the actress and the politician returned to the main hall together.
And the other guests?
I saw Bishop Mountjoy and the politician, oh forgive me, I forget his name, leave towards the east wing together.
Hmm.
It was much earlier in the night. Well, before that.
You have been as enchanting as always.
You got a heart attack. That must have been the many sins you've committed. I actually hate horrors so much.
Madame Warbeck, a moment of your time, if you will.
I was rather busy, as you saw, especially with Irene and her disappearing act.
Disappearing act. An artist and a magician. She is a woman of many talents.
She was nowhere to be found. Is that better? She was supposed to help me organize everything. Then I saw her throwing her glass of champagne at Mrs. Allen's husband. I was hoping to speak with her after, but I didn't see her again until she was calling down from the balcony following Mr. Aylesworth's collapse. Mr. Christiansen, Betty Allen's husband. After the...
Merci, mademoiselle.
Alright. Alright, I suppose I will talk to horrors. I suppose.
Bonsoir, Your Excellency.
I should be addressed as Your Grace.
Pardon. I did not mean to offend, Your Grace. It's just that in Belgium...
It is quite all right. None of us can choose where we're born. Now, what can I do for you?
God, he is so just punchable.
If I must, I was talking with Mr. Aylesworth for a time. Some strange opinions, that one.
Would you care to elaborate?
You were not present for that conversation, and I hardly think it appropriate to involve you now. Although, I will say, he was rather keen to see the orrery from the balcony. He left, and I spoke briefly to that actress, but she wandered off looking for her husband. Up the main stairs, I think it was. Who would have thought the reveal of the missing painting would cause a man to take such a turn?
Perhaps a warning to us all that such a scare could come at any time.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say that is what's going to happen to me?
Well, do you want to find out?
Your Grace has misinterpreted my meaning. But on the matter of where you were at the time...
Then maybe you should think before you speak. And I was talking with a young Russian girl.
Merci, Your Grace.
I thought I would make myself useful, and I think I found some things of note.
Bon, I shall go and retrieve them now. You were wise to not touch them and contaminate any evidence.
Oh, I didn't think about that. I did only move them to the West Wing.
Fantastic.
Hastings, come on, bro.
What can I do for you?
Merci.
Alright, now we can inspect the West Wing. You know, explore. accidentally of a Final Fantasy. I am really not good at pronouncing F's. Right, okay. A shoe. Oh god, it's a cocaine shoe. I mean, alright, man. Alright, let's put it in, shall we? Plug it in, plug it in. Alright, to Michael. Don't mention Linda, alright. Linda's like Lord Voldemort. Linda must never be named. Alright, alright. No, okay, we don't have the master key anymore. Right, okay, we have a whole batch of things, so yeah, so let's put some things together, shall we? Alright, after the champagne incident. Alright, alright. Irene and Irene.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Alright, then Horace and Horace, right?
Voila.
But why I'm not done yet?
Logical thinking shall always prevail.
If it'll help retrieve the painting. Of course. I have the key.
Mademoiselle, the key?
The key?
I'm sorry. You said it yourself. I think I should just hold on to it.
Why?
I was not expecting Mademoiselle Warbeck's hesitation.
Mademoiselle Warbeck, I really must insist on access to the restoration room. I find your reluctance to oblige a little troubling, mademoiselle.
Now listen. I am the curator of this museum, and I...
Miss Warbeck, will you let the man in? I, for one, would like to get to the bottom of this tonight.
Classic Horace.
Please, Evelyn. Let's not drag this on all night.
Evelyn Warbeck?
It's him, wait, what was Yeah, I completely forgot, but Hardwick, baby!
That's me?
Detective Inspector Hardwick.
Ah,
I was told a painting's been half-inched.
I think that his voice acting is amazing.
Yes, it's...
Stolen. Detective Hercule Poirot of the Belgian police, seconded by the Musée Royal des Beaux-Arts de Belgique and Lloyd's of London to escort the penitent Magdalene here. How do you do, Detective Inspector Hardwick?
Well, thank you for that introduction, Mr. Poirot, but we won't be needing your help this evening.
He sounds proper British, innit?
But you see, not only do I have a considerable personal stake in this matter, I also possess undoubtedly the finest investigatory mind in all of Belgium.
I'm sure Belgium thinks you're the bee's knees, but we'll be just fine and dandy.
I absolutely love his voice acting so much, it's so good.
I must insist, Inspector.
Bloody hell.
Bloody hell.
I don't have time for this. Will someone try and get through to this man before he does my head in?
Dear Mr. Poirot, I know you meant well, but perhaps now is not the time to push the inspector's buttons.
Très bien.
But
Monsieur
what if I like buttons?
The fate of the penitent Magdalene lies in our hands.
And Miss Warbeck's career, by the sound of it.
Then we shall waste no time. We have spoken with a number of the guests from the gala, but there still remains those who are absent. They may be able to offer a clue as to the thief's identity.
Then let's go and find them.
Speaking of pigeons, here's the little sky rats. Absolutely horrible creatures.
Poirot, over here. I heard about the painting. Trouble just seems to follow you. If there's anything I can do to help.
I am looking for Madame Hélène. Would you know where I could find her?
If she's not on stage already or rehearsing, she'll be in her dressing room. That alleyway will take you to the back door.
Okay, thank you, Zachariah.
Oh, this isn't quite what I was expecting from a famous star like Betty Allen.
A famous star that is not on stage, nor in her dressing room.
You don't think something could have happened to her?
Combining the state of the room and her being absent, I fear something sinister may indeed be afoot.
Right, okay. Yeah, so him specifically. I do like this bird though. That is a very good bird.
Oh.
Alright, shattered mirror. Shoe.
Ah. Huh. Huh.
Alright, keys. Some moolah. Yeah, what do you think, Mr. Hastings? Oh, the result appears to be clipping through the shelf though.
What do you need? What can I do for you?
Alright, thief knew the code and value was
The
left.
fact that there are valuable items remaining in the safe leads me to believe that the thief was looking for something specifically. Something that they knew would be present in the safe. Meaning they had previous knowledge of the contents of Madame Helene's safe. In effect, they must know Madame Helene herself.
Right, dressing room.
I must take a different approach. Hot on the culprit's heels.
And your weapon, yeah, true. Safe. And then the thief knew the code.
I must act on thought.
No, alright. Alright.
The evidence suggests some. I cannot see the logic in it.
No, okay. Oh, yeah,
Surprised
true.
by my own skills of deduction.
And got smashed with heel or shoe.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would. I should consider. Come now. Where is the sense in?
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Staring.
Alrighty. Ladies and gents, seems like we're getting to the box.
What do you need? What can I do?
Alright, I think it's probably better.
Why, Mrs. Allen?
Yeah, and photograph deliberately targeted. Yeah, that one.
Madame Hélène was behind the mess that lies before us. Filled with rage, she...
What do you think you're doing in here? Security!
Oh, hello.
Pardon, Madame Hélène. I do not wish to cause any alarm. I am Detective Poirot. You will recall from the gala.
Yeah, I remember you. Doesn't give you the right to be snooping in here.
Snooping, no. Waiting patiently, oui.
I mean, that's an interesting way to put it.
You can wait outside. I'll talk to you there. Well, go on then, shoot.
Madame Hélène. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Look, let's just get on with this, shall we?
I promise not to take up too much of your valuable time.
Well, thanks to Johann walking off, I got stuck talking, a term I use loosely, with Mr. Aylesworth and the all-important bishop, as he likes to consider himself.
Where did your husband go?
Beats me. But when I saw him next, he was being attacked by that crazy artist. You must have seen it.
I did. And while I do not condone such behavior,
If you are going to defend that woman's actions against my husband, I'll stop you there. Not really any of your business, is it?
I would not forgive myself if something improper had happened and I had not addressed it.
You've got nothing to worry about. I'm an emotional woman. Let's just leave it at that, shall we? I thought it was best to just get myself out of there. He may have bitten his tongue, but if I got my hands on her...
Your husband mentioned you were feeling under the weather, no?
Me?
No.
No.
Ah, je vois. May I also ask about the snuff box that was found?
Oh, oh yeah. What? Who does the snuff box belong to?
I've heard the Brits like that stuff. Not for me, though. Sorry.
Okay.
You have been most helpful.
So someone has been sniffing the cook, apparently.
What do you need? What can I do?
Merci.
Merci, monsieur. Right. Talk to suspects.
You're just full of
You have been most...
Aha.
Right, we've already done that.
What do you need? What can I do for you?
Oh, I think he might be gone.
Merci, monsieur.
You're just full of questions.
You have been most...
Strange. Let's see what else is interactable, shall we?
Hello? Who's that?
Bonjour, madame.
You're not English. Where are you from? What are you doing here?
I'm here to pet your dogs.
Madame, I am Detective Hercule Poirot of the Kingdom of Belgium's police force.
So what?
I was hoping to speak with a neighbor of yours. Mademoiselle...
She's not in. Are you waiting for her?
Do you know how long she...
You can give her this. Tell her I did what I could with it.
I will be sure to do that. Adieu, madame.
Alright, let's check out my inventory. Sure.
Oh.
Right, so Yeah, and a needle. And a blob of blue paint. I love that the dogs are just barking.
I told you last time you made a mess of things that if anything else was to happen,
Oh god, not Horace again.
So, you are blaming me for the painting going missing. I have poured my heart and my soul into...
Pardon. Perhaps this is a conversation that should be had behind closed doors.
this conversation will happen where and when I want it to.
Oh, shut up, Mountjoy.
What Detective Poirot means is maybe somewhere a little less public would be a better place to have it.
I am well aware of what your foreign friend was implying, and I shall give you exactly the same answer.
Wow, we really going there?
Let us not say anything that one would later regret. A moment to breathe for everyone, perhaps.
You do as much breathing as you want, as long as you find that painting.
Alright, do.
Oh.
We have found the Elden Ring. Do. Speaking of which, I actually have Elden Ring, but I never actually streamed it.
Mademoiselle, may I request a minute of your time?
What can I do for...
Can you not see that we're busy?
Oh my god, Horace, shut the fuck up.
Mademoiselle, may I request...
What can I do for...
I swear to god, I'm gonna suplex this person.
Your Grace, there are matters we really must discuss.
You do understand my time is valuable, don't you?
Merci, Your Grace.
What do you need? What can I do for you?
Merci.
Right, Right, can I interact with you
Mademoiselle,
now?
may I
What can I do?
Can you...
Oh my god, Horace. Horace, please.
I don't think you quite understand the severity of the situation, Detective Inspector.
I'm well aware, and I'll conduct my investigation how I see fit.
That just isn't good enough. How would you feel if... Who am I kidding? You could never afford something like that.
I can assure you Detective Inspector Hardwick and his men will be doing all they can to find your missing painting.
Now you have some officer from another country entirely fighting your battles for you.
I speak on behalf of no one but myself, monsieur.
And I didn't ask you. Hardwick, Get it found.
Right you are.
Right, there's nothing interactable there.
If you want to deal with him, fine by me.
Will you allow some officer a moment of your time?
I'm a very busy man.
And then I shall keep my question short.
I'd say the heart attack was the most memorable part of the day.
Quite understandable. But before that?
I was talking to the bishop, or rather being talked at. He doesn't see it, but he gets quite heated. That's the last thing I remember. I did. That man just wants someone to listen to his incessant ramblings. I just couldn't stand there and listen to him anymore.
Honestly, I entirely get that.
I decided to walk away and see the orrery from above. Then I met that young lady, Betty Allen.
You two spoke?
Briefly, but she was looking for her husband, so I think her mind was elsewhere.
I will not take up any more of your time.
Detective Inspector Hardwick has made it quite clear that my valuable insight is not wanted.
An alternative means of entry. Alright. Find a way to distract Horus. What your findings to Hastings. Okay. Right, so maybe the ring's Betty's, right? You must return the Elden Ring. Alright, let's give Betty the ring.
You're just full of questions, aren't you? Where did you get that?
It was found in a vent at the museum. Perhaps the very last thing I expected to find.
Yes. Well, thank you. I knew I had lost it somewhere.
A clearly valuable ring has just been returned to Madame, and she acts as though it means nothing to her.
And I would not describe throwing a ring at one's husband, resulting in it being stuck in a vent, as a case of losing it.
It is clear Madame Allen felt no sickness at the gala, rather anger. In a moment of rage, she threw her ring at her husband before exiting the museum.
What a choice of projectile.
And having seen the damage that she has caused in her own dressing room, one can conclude that it was the state of her marriage that allowed her emotions to get the better of her and act so rashly.
You have been most helpful.
Alright.
What do you need? What can I...
Merci.
Right, report your findings Hastings. No way to distract Horus. Okay, so I need a way to distract him. Right, is there anything else to interact with in here? No. No, monsieur. Right, let's try going here, shall we? See if she has anything to say. No, okay. Maybe something is upstairs. No, okay. Right, now can I interact with her?
Mademoiselle, may I...
What can I do for...
Can you not...
Right, alright, I guess we gotta find a... I guess we gotta find a distraction for that guy.
What do you need? What can I do? Merci.
Alright, there's nothing I can discuss with you. Please be someone watched inside. I thought I just got that out. Alright,
I will not take up any more.
I suppose I can spare a minute?
I will not take up any more of your time.
strange.
If you want to deal with him, fine by me.
Alright, maybe I'll talk to Horse on his own.
I hope you're getting something out of...
Oh, okay, there we go, there we go.
Heated? Who said that?
They are the words of Monsieur Ellsworth.
Oh, the man is in politics. He should know what heated looks like. Maybe I was a little... forceful. There was no one else around. How was I to know he was having a heart attack when he clutched his chest? It could have been anything.
What do you mean?
When I saw he was in trouble, I went to get help. I suppose I got lost finding my way back.
Lost,
I do not believe
X
Bishop
to
Lovejoy
doubt?
was the instigator of Monsieur Aylesworth's heart attack, but it appears he does. He is quite rigorously trying to convince himself he is not to blame.
Merci.
What can I do for you? He knows just how to push. He knows what this museum means to me.
That is clear to us all.
He thinks he can say and do what he wants because of his position. But if he thinks he can get rid of me that easily, this museum is my life. And if anyone, including him, tries to do anything to jeopardize that, I won't be held responsible for my actions. I'm sorry. The detective inspector was quite adamant I wasn't to allow anyone in.
Detective Hercule Poirot is not just any man, mademoiselle.
And modest to boot. I suppose it can't hurt. Follow me.
Alright, new room. Let's
There
take a
you go.
gander.
The key. It is in a far better condition than yesterday.
It was looking grubby and covered in rust, so I cleaned it. Is that a problem?
If you find anything else that may be of importance to the investigation, I ask that you leave it as you found it.
Let's go, master key. Alright, so let's look at a restoration room, shall we?
Huh.
Right, so that's clean the key. Green paint or blue paint?
Aha. Aha.
Right, paint palette, the book. Let's see. What else would be a point of interest? Scissors, alright. Alright, let's put turbotine on this one.
Ah. Aha. Aha.
Alright, blue paint on the key.
What do you need? What can I... Merci.
This will not get me any... Come, my little Grace. Is there some... One step closer to revealing the truth.
Using the west wing door. Oh, okay.
Magnifique. Another success. I must take a different approach. Come now. Where is the sense?
Oh, okay.
When the thief entered this room from the west wing, there was no paint on the key. We know this because there was no paint on the key when they used it on the door to the gallery. But there is paint on the key when the thief locks the west wing door after stealing the painting, telling us
The key got covered in paint in this room.
oui, and only after the painting was stolen. So, what happened in between locking the door to the gallery and leaving this room to lock the west wing door? The picture is becoming clearer, and the paint is the key.
Oh, what a play on words.
The thief unlocked the door from the west wing into this room,
Okay.
unlocked the door to the gallery, and stole the painting. They then returned, whereupon they laid the painting on the desk. The thief locked the door and returned to the painting. But then, an accident. They dropped the key into the palette of paint.
How can you be so sure?
We know because the paint palette was the only source of blue paint in the room that the key could have dropped in.
But why put the painting on this table, where items may be knocked or where they may be heard? Perhaps the answer is before me on the desk.
Right,
Huh. Huh. Oh.
What do you need? What can I...
I actually thought,
What can I do for you?
Merci, monsieur.
Right, I believe we have everything that we need.
Oh. Huh.
Oh, the frame.
The detective inspector will now be able to see as plain as day that Mademoiselle Court Smythe is the guilty party. Now to find him.
With the other remaining guests' movements all accounted for, she was the only one capable of making haste with the painting.
Gentlemen, have you seen Miss Babanian? She wanted to speak with me after the bishop was finished chewing my ear off. But it seems the pair of them have disappeared.
I'm afraid not.
Can't have been that important then.
Right. Alright, so I guess we report everything to Hardwick.
Ah, detective, you're here.
Look and you shall find. How may I be of assistance?
Oh, well, I've had the photographs from the Garda developed.
That's good thinking, Miss Farquhar.
Oui, very kind, mademoiselle.
Oh.
There is nothing left for us to do but to take our findings to Detective Inspector Hardwick.
Do you think he'll listen?
It is his duty as a high-ranking officer of the law. We shall not be ignored. We have done all but arrest Mademoiselle Court Smythe for him. If it is the accolade that he desires, he may have it.
I was thinking that while you were speaking with Miss Court Smythe, I could try and find Mr. Christensen at their home.
It would certainly be more efficient. An excellent idea.
Him, with a funny accent. He was here earlier asking the same questions. All I want is a bit of peace.
I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience. We are...
Monsieur Hastings, your assistance is required immediately.
Oh, go tension.
Good Lord, Poirot, that's a lot of smoke.
And now you are up to speed with the situation. I have evaluated the position we find.
If you're going to use the fire extinguisher, now would be the time.
Très bien.
That's it. One more should do it.
You good?
Detective Inspector, it is imperative we search the crime scene as
Golden
soon as
fire
possible.
extinguishers look awesome.
You mean my crime scene?
If I may, I can count on one hand how many crime scenes I have seen in my life, and although they are somewhere I don't wish to spend too much time, as the representative of Lloyd's of London Bank, it is my responsibility to handle all matters regarding the now stolen painting.
A weak attempt, but I've got more on my plate than dealing with some paper pusher getting his knickers in a twist. You've got until I return to do whatever it is you need to do. And if I find one thing out of place...
You may question my authority in this case, but I will not have my professionalism questioned.
Whatever you say.
Alright, so we got a little bit of fire, you know, a little bit of a trail. find the key. Right, well, there's the key. Right, that's alcohol, so that's probably something to do with it.
Oh.
Oh, so she's the one that had it. Right, a necklace, alright. Right, a fancy saucer. Accelerant.
Huh.
Pictures of it, alright. On the edges, yeah. Right. Right, let's address the elephant in the room, the dead body. But first, I must interact with the coffee table. Okay. Right. Paint.
From analyzing the victim's body, I can conclude that the cause of death was not dead by the flames.
This is deep.
Not by the flames. Then what?
That is what we are yet to determine.
Alright.
I cannot see the logic in this. Things are beginning to become... What a revelation.
Research. Box. Okay.
Monsieur Hastings, your assistance is required.
Of course. What do you need? It wasn't an accident. It was set on purpose, using turpentine to douse any evidence of them being there, and the forgery.
Forgery. Oh, there we go.
An almost perfect execution, had we not arrived in time before the evidence had burned away.
But why try and get rid of the necklace?
Spoken like a true detective.
What can I do for you?
From analyzing the victim's body, I can conclude that the cause of death was not dead by the flames.
Yeah, oh, steep.
Not by the flames. Then what?
That is what we are yet to determine.
What can I do for you? Mr. Poirot, you are a genius. What can I do for you?
Ba-da-da-da.
That would never have even occurred to me. What can I do for you?
Um.
What can I do for you?
Right, so we don't have what we need for that yet.
Let us get back to the scene.
Also, I'm gonna BRB real quick. Alrighty, I am back. Let's get back to the scene. Alright, it was a replica. And yeah, I hope everything's going well.
From analyzing the victim's body, not by the flames. That is what we are yet to determine.
Huh.
Alright, champagne. Let's actually check the console table.
Huh.
Didn't you speak with her neighbor before? Might she be able to help?
Ah. Yeah, so we didn't tell them about that. Some form of fraud.
Come, my little grey cells.
Right.
Order and method. I must act on thought. The answer was staring me in the face.
Alright, let's go, baby. 2 paintings.
Another success.
Forgeries of paintings, okay. Yeah, and I hope that you're all doing well.
Is it that copper again? What do you want?
Is it that copper?
I was hoping to ask you some questions regarding the fire. May I ask your name?
You aren't coming in. You can get that into your head now. Mrs. Colsham. Camilla Colsham.
Merci, Madame Colsham.
She hardly had any visitors, but yesterday it was like she had a sign up offering out free ale.
If you would be so kind as to talk us through the events as you remember them.
Well, I saw her leaving with a couple of paintings under her arm. You've seen her work? Not really my cup of tea. Then there was that posh-looking chap. I heard him before I saw him. Like an elephant on those stairs. Next came the professional-looking fella. He's got some money in those pockets, that's for sure. I saw him leaving with a painting, too.
Okay.
Oh, and the argument with another man? I couldn't hear what it was all about, but he had a set of lungs on him.
You are doing a wonderful job, Madame Colsham.
You can keep the patronizing tone to yourself. She must have turned her radio up to disguise what they were saying, but I tell you this, I'd rather have listened to them than that racket. It wasn't long before he was storming down the stairs. I don't think he'd heard the expression light-footed before.
Would you be able to remember any other details of the gentleman?
Through this people, you can barely tell who's man and woman. I didn't hear her leave, but when I heard that door downstairs slam, I knew it was her. I opened my door and gave her what for. And you know what she did? She waved me off, bottle of bubbles in hand, ranting about being dry. She looked 2 sheets to the wind, if you ask me. Only after did she turn the radio down.
I love these figures of speech.
Quiet, and I got ready for bed. I was getting right into the exciting bit of my book. Perkins' first one, you know. I do like Perkins. Well, that's when I first smelt the smoke coming from the hall. And then you lot showed up.
Merci, madame. You have been most accommodating.
Oh, and I found this in the garden. It's obviously hers. I was going to put it to her letterbox, but, well, you know.
The cork from a champagne bottle. It would not be a giant leap to assume this came from Mademoiselle Courtsmith's apartment. A smell lingers on the cork. Bitter almonds. Merci, Madame Colcham.
Right. Bitter almonds.
Something just... The evidence suggests... This will not get me in. Things are beginning to become clearer.
Okay.
What do you need? Almonds? I've never had champagne that tasted of almonds.
One would hope not. Mademoiselle's lips may hold the missing clue we require.
Of course. What can I do for you? That would never have even occurred to me. I've got a lot to learn. What can I do for you?
Let us get back to the scene. Magnifique.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
Huh.
What do you need? The killer used a syringe to inject a liquid form of the poison through the cork and into the bottle.
Potassium cyanide. Traces of the compound can be found in nature, but dangerous levels, such as those present,
can be detected by its notable almond smell.
And she fell victim shortly after in her chair. I don't know if I'm cut out for this.
Take your time. Consider what we have seen and learnt of Mademoiselle Court-Smythe's time here yesterday.
Okay, firstly, we know that she had a number of visitors and an argument with one of them.
Yeah.
Among these visitors, one left with a painting. Perhaps another forgery.
Très bien.
Forgery.
Irene wasn't drinking alone, and whoever she was drinking with likely poisoned her. What are you going to tell him?
The truth. He may hope for a simple and somewhat convenient version of events, but he cannot ignore the facts that we shall present.
My crime scene still intact?
Of course, Detective Inspector. There is something that...
There's nothing more to say.
Pardon, Detective Inspector. The truth is that Mademoiselle Irene Court-Smythe was murdered.
Oh god, what's he gonna say?
Right you are. I'll be sure to make a note.
Oh, okay.
But you won't.
Excuse me? Are you forgetting who you're talking to?
He is well aware of your authority and your capability of coming to the same conclusion. We only wish to inform you of our findings.
Well, my men have been in, as have I, and I've concluded that the mademoiselle, as you so elegantly called her, made off with the painting and decided to have a few drinks to celebrate. She passed out drunk in the chair, candle still lit, and the place went up like a match.
Detective Inspector, s'il vous plaît. It is really not that simple.
Who are you calling simple?
He's not calling you simple, he's saying that isn't how it happened. How can you ignore the bottle of champagne that had been tampered with? The smell of poison on the cork?
We're both experts in poison now, are you?
I do not wish to stand here and argue credentials. Mademoiselle Court-Smythe was killed, not by the fire that burned through her home, but at the hands of another. Her drink, laced with potassium cyanide.
Quite the imagination you two have.
Look, we can show...
No. We shall leave the Detective Inspector to discover the truth for himself. Monsieur Hastings, you must learn which battles are worth the fight. Besides, we have no time to stand squabbling with him. We
are murdered souls. Alright, chapter 5.
That was quite a night. I feel exhilarated, yet exhausted. Triumphant at what we have discovered, but mournful for Miss Court-Smythe.
It is being able to control those emotions and still see the bigger picture that separates the best detectives from those that merely like the thought of such responsibility.
So do you think it must have been one of the guests at the gala?
An accomplice disguised as a guest turned murderer. A master criminal they may appear to be, but they have never crossed paths with Belgium's greatest detective.
I think I just felt a chill.
Now we must speak with the guests of the gala again, as well as find Monsieur Christiansen, who has continued to evade my questions. I have no doubt one or more of them will hold the answers we require regarding the death of Mademoiselle Court-Smythe.
The scheme. Alright, I guess we locate suspects. Okay, and this takes us immediately to the restoration room.
Mademoiselle, do you have a moment to spare?
Of course, Detective. I'm hoping you have some good news for me. Goodness. You found the painting, haven't you?
A painting was recovered. A forgery, but it was damaged by the fire.
What on earth are you talking about? Forgery? Fire?
It ran rampant through Mademoiselle Courtsmythe's apartment.
She's dead. She would never be so. But with all of those flammable paints and... No!
Mademoiselle Warbeck appears quite distraught at the news. Perhaps I should have considered the nature in which it was delivered.
I respected her as an artist and a friend.
I do not wish to push Mademoiselle Warbeck too far while in such a state. But as a friend, I must know if she was aware of Mademoiselle Courtsmythe's plan.
Mademoiselle's plan.
Perhaps, as a friend, she let slip of her plans.
Her plan for what? Stealing the painting? Making a forgery? Do you really think I'd let her do that?
Yeah, maybe, you know.
She must have had help from someone she trusted.
If she did, it wasn't me she confided in. I've been here trying to calm down the trustees.
You did not leave the museum?
I was here until the early hours. After the meeting, I wrote a letter to my father. I wanted his advice on what to do. It's just all so... Excuse me, gentlemen. I must go and make a phone call to an artist. I shan't be long.
An artist?
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now. Monsieur Hastings, your assistance is required.
Of course. What do you need? What can I do for you?
Merci, monsieur.
Merci, monsieur. Right. Let's go talk to suspects, I guess.
Oh. Huh.
Indentations, alright. Right, right, I think I need like a piece of charcoal.
What do you need? What can I...
Merci.
Okay, mate, no problem, no problemo. Right, yeah, I think I'm gonna need to find some sort of thing that I can use. Right, some new locations.
Ah. Is this about the insurance claim? It was merely a necessary precaution. I'm sure with you on the case, it won't be long before it's returned.
I do not doubt my abilities to return the painting, but I question why he felt it necessary to talk of sensitive details regarding the investigation to a national news outlet. It would not surprise me to learn of him using his loss for cynical gain.
I assume you saw the article in the paper?
Oui, monsieur. A fantastic opportunity for you to express your political opinions.
Oh, the people must know what I stand for. I'm here for them. Quite well, thank you.
The infirmary discharged you already?
With a clean bill of health. I didn't want to wait around using up valuable resources.
An honorable gesture.
I was straight off to the House of Commons. I take it you haven't read today's newspaper?
I'm afraid I have had more pressing matters.
It certainly makes for an interesting read.
I was not aware reporters were permitted inside the house.
They aren't. I left and went to the London Illustrated News office. I gave my statement there. I can't for the life of me remember the chap's name. Rather pleasant, though. Anyway, you're a busy man. I'd hate to take up too much of your time.
I really don't like this guy.
It does not take a great detective to pick up on Monsieur
He's so just condescending.
Well, detective, this is a surprise.
A surprise, monsieur?
I wasn't expecting to be on the receiving end of an interrogation. I had nothing to do with the fire or her death.
You are aware of Mademoiselle Court-Smythe's demise?
There isn't much in this city I don't know about. And for your little notepad, or wherever you're storing the facts, that report... Farquhar, she was in the office and can confirm I was there.
It appears that Monsieur Aylesworth is more preoccupied with proving his innocence than showing any compassion for Mademoiselle Court-Smythe herself.
I will not take up any more of your time.
Gentlemen, what can I do for you?
I love his loopy animation with just the eyebrow, which is like, He loves the eyebrow so much. He's incredibly proud of that gesture.
I was hoping to speak with Mademoiselle Farquhar.
I'm afraid she already has her hands full with the story. Unless you've come with a bigger one than what she's working on. Perhaps another time, gentlemen. We really are very busy. Perhaps another time, gentlemen. We really are very busy. Perhaps another time, gentlemen.
I will not take up any more of your time.
Wow, okay, he gave 0 fucks. Right, I suppose we can go visit Horace.
Bartholomew!
God, I hate him already.
Here, puss. Where are you? Bartholomew! Enough now! Out you come!
I do not like when you speak.
I'm sorry, I just don't have time to talk now. I have to find Bartholomew.
Have you placed a missing persons report?
Really, detective? Bartholomew is the church cat. I think a missing persons report might be a little overboard.
I am sure with our assistance we shall find him in half the time. And then perhaps you will have time to answer my questions.
Fine. All that matters now is that we find him. His name is Bartholomew, and I'd appreciate it if you spoke of him as such.
Pardon. When did you last see Bartholomew?
Better. Well, you see, the poor creature took an interest in my easel. He leapt up, knocking over some of my supplies, and gave himself a fright.
Right, okay, give himself a fright, interesting.
He bolted out of sight, and I've not seen him since.
Honestly, I would not blame him for running away from you.
Merci, Your Grace.
look, shall we? Shall we gloss? And the night prayer, right?
Ah.
Okay, noticeable dent. What could that mean? Right, Lex.
Aha.
Okay, so he's also a bit of a painter.
Aha.
Okay, I can't interact with that.
What do you need? What can I...
Easel, right? No, okay.
That would never have even occurred to me. I've got a lot to learn. What can I do for you?
Right, right, I'm gonna need to
Merci.
connect some dots.
Yes, Thomas, one of my parishioners.
Where did you say the glass was broken?
The...
Merci.
The easel. Oh my god, this person.
I should consider. Voila. Is there something?
Ooh, lied about something. That's a bit of a sinful act.
I should consider the.
Absolutely scandalous.
I cannot see the logic in this. Something just does. Where is the sense in? One step closer to reveal.
Wax pen, alright.
I should not be surprised by.
Shot found away from where the glass smashed.
I must act on thought. Some would say a lucky guess.
And got smashed altar.
What a revelation.
Lied about the glass. Oh, he's been speaking some bullshit. Right, let's talk to him, I guess.
I did.
Merci. Merci.
I did not speak to you. There you go.
What do you need? What can I...
I question whether the bishop's version of events is accurate. Perhaps he threw the glass jar at Bartholomew because he was on the altar.
Not gonna lie, I wouldn't doubt it.
I know that's how it looks, but I can't imagine someone being so cruel.
Can't imagine someone being so cruel. Have you not heard about the things that he has been saying?
What tells us where the cat ran to next? Poirot, you are a genius. How can we know where the cat ran to next?
Right, confessional.
Poirot, you are a genius.
I didn't think I could make it a...
Merci.
Oh, I thought we could question him.
Huh.
Oh, it's the little guy. There he is. Little guy. Well, we certainly found it.
What do you need? What can...
Merci.
Oh. God, I hate horrors. Right. I think I'm going to need an object, right? An object to get out behind me. So I think I've done about as much as I could there. No links, okay. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. Come on, that's alright. Hastings is gonna need you to distract her.
That sounds rather ominous.
I would not ask you to do something I would not consider doing myself. Only on this occasion it is I that must execute the other part of the plan.
What do you need me to do?
Madame Hélène, you must hold her attention while I take the opportunity to look around.
I certainly can. I'll appeal to her love of attention. Mrs. Allen, that photograph there, is that really you on a live film set?
Oh my god, just teleported. Dun, 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 dun. Identifying all Yeah, so this is, yeah, so it's all this just kind of explains things that we've had. The characters have talked about.
What do you need? What can I...
Mer-
Right, can I say something to Betty? Do.
Bonjour, madame. Do you have a moment to... Has something happened?
You bet something's happened! That slime bag! How dare he say my performance was mediocre!
I'm sure he didn't mean...
That's it! I give up. I'm done with this acting. With this sitting.
Take a deep breath. One man's opinion, and a wrong one at that, is not powerful enough to topple a career like yours.
You're right. Let him think what he wants. I'm sorry. I'm an actress.
Very impressive, Monsieur Hastings. A position in negotiations would suit you well.
Is there something I can help you both with? You do know what I do, don't you? I was on stage, performing in front of a packed house.
I did not mean to.
Zach. He was there.
Oh.
You two seemed pretty friendly. He'll tell you.
Zachariah.
So will that Russian lady from the gala. She was with him.
Monsieur Demir and Mademoiselle Babagna. Together. Très bien.
Your guess is as good as mine.
It is most important that I speak with him.
Then you've got a missing painting and a missing husband on your hands because I haven't seen him. Oh, he's already seen it. I told him he didn't have to come.
A supportive husband indeed.
Yeah, real supportive. Look, I don't think I can take much more today.
Mademoiselle Court Smythe was found murdered last night.
Okay.
Wow, cold. Absolutely cold.
I thought perhaps the news would be a little more jarring.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I don't really want to hear about anyone dying, but me and her... Well, there's no love lost.
Madame Allen's nonchalant response has certainly caught me off guard.
You have...
Right, a little bit suspect, yeah.
What do you need? What can I do?
Merci.
Right. Right, I assume we just go to the museum then, right? Banana, banana. Right. Right, is there anything I can say to you, maybe? No, okay. Dice Bartholomew, oh yeah. Right, and now I go back, then I distract them.
Your Grace, now that Bartholomew has been found, would you...
As my way of thanks, I'll answer your questions.
Right. Hopefully he's actually...
Very well. Get on with it.
Hopefully he gives legitimate answers this time.
I hope that comes from an inquisitive nature rather than a place of accusation. I was at a museum trustees meeting, trying to finally make a decision on that girl.
Alright, shut up, Horace.
You mean Mademoiselle Warbeck?
Who else? She's running that museum into the ground.
And following the meeting?
I returned to the church to prepare for Compline prayers, although I don't think I was alone.
You don't think?
I got the feeling that someone had followed me from the museum. I never saw them, but I know what I felt.
Okay.
None. I knew her merely by reputation, and a questionable one at that. Do you want to tell me what all these questions are about?
Mademoiselle Court Smythe was murdered last night.
If you plan on being the bearer of such news, perhaps you should think of going about it with a little more civility.
My god, it's a case we're trying to solve, Horace. We don't have time for this.
How did the young girl die?
There was a fire in her apartment, although it wasn't the flames that took her life, but poison.
Arson and poisoning. Oh, what is this world coming to?
Bishop Mountjoy claims he barely knew Mademoiselle Court Smythe, but still showed a level of empathy I was not expecting. Perhaps I judged his blunt facade too quickly.
Found it? Really? Oh, heavens be. The Lord has shown his will once more.
I can only assume his delayed excitement came from being off guard. Unfortunately, I must turn his elation into disappointment.
If your Grace would allow me to finish. A forgery of it was found in Mademoiselle Court Smythe's apartment, but it was destroyed in the fire.
She was the thief all along? Well, that just... a forgery? You mean she made a copy of it?
It appears that way.
I will rightly light a candle for her soul this evening. But that will not give her
Alright. Now we're gonna
Oh.
take the charcoal. Right, I believe that's it, right?
What can... What do you need? What?
Merci.
Merci, monsieur. Right. Let's put together. Right, what was on the notepad? Oh yeah, we have the charcoal now. So now we can do that. Curator.
It looks like she was telling the truth after all.
Okay, intriguing.
About composing the letter, oui. But we cannot confirm where it was penned.
What's all this other stuff? I don't think it's from the letter to her father.
It seems we have stumbled across the names and addresses for the guests of the gala, although they are not all legible. We have gathered all the information we can from the guests at the gala. All except
Betty's husband, Mr. Christensen.
Oui. We are now in possession of his address, where he is no doubt hiding like a frightened young boy avoiding his headmaster's ruler.
Find the map. Well, right. Should have it at the news station, right?
Gentlemen, what can I do for you?
I was hoping to speak with Mademoiselle Farquhar.
I'm afraid she already has her hands full with the story. Unless you've come with a bigger one than what she's working on. Let's not be so hasty. That could be just what we need.
Gentlemen, what can I do for you?
This is your office. It's very impressive.
Mademoiselle, would you have time to answer some questions?
I don't really have time right now. Perhaps we can schedule...
I assure you I shall remain focused and my questions relevant.
Fine. Make it fast. Is she all right?
I'm afraid not.
Heavens. How awful. Did she have any close relatives?
I do not believe so. And her parents have both passed also. She was the last remaining court Smythe.
Absolutely tragic.
A question I did not expect. Although at least she is showing some form of compassion for Mademoiselle Court Smythe's family, or lack thereof.
Am I a suspect?
We are just trying to gather all the information. Isn't that right, Poirot?
Oui, that is correct.
I'm sorry. It's just a lot to take in at once. I was working late into the evening yesterday. I had to get my article on the gala written. And the photographs, they had to be developed. There was probably someone still around in the office if you wanted to check. I'm sure you want to have every I dotted and T crossed. I only met her recently in a professional capacity. What are they going to do with her exhibit?
I cannot say, but they may not be as forthcoming with her work now.
I'm sorry, Detective. I don't understand.
Mademoiselle Court Smythe was behind the painting's disappearance. And
So she stole the original and made a forgery? What heavens for?
that we are still yet to learn.
Really? I must have been so busy not to notice him. At least you can be sure of where I was.
Was there anyone else present in the office?
If Mr. Aylesworth was there, Nathaniel, my editor, must have been.
It strikes me as rather strange that Mademoiselle does not recall seeing such an important figure in the office. But not everyone can be as observant as I. I shall speak with the editor, as he will be able to confirm the presence of both in the office.
Merci, mademoiselle.
A map. There we go.
Voila.
Chapter
Remind
6.
me why we've lied our way into a man's apartment while he's not here?
Monsieur Christensen was accused of harassing a young lady who has now been murdered, and he has not been seen since, even by his wife. Does that not strike you as peculiar?
Do you really think he could be capable of murder?
I believe everyone is capable, under the right circumstances. And right now, I believe Monsieur Christensen is in that position. While we have no suspect to question, let us use our time wisely and search for clues. Leave no stone unturned.
Alright.
Aha.
Heavy drinking, heavy smoking. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Ah.
Alright, Jehan. Betty.
Aha. Ah. Oh.
Right, okay.
Ah. Huh.
Right, right. Okay, so nothing about like that safe drawer thing? Right. 5, 2. Right.
Ah, Poirot. Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here.
The feeling is mutual, Monsieur Demire.
You and your formalities. Let's talk over here.
Is everything all right?
Miss Farquhar is interviewing Betty. I thought we should talk privately over here. I heard about Irene. Tragic news. And what's this I hear about poison?
Who told you that?
It doesn't take long for news like that to spread in this city.
I would appreciate some discretion between friends. But oui, Mademoiselle was poisoned.
Anything I can help with? I won't take offense, as I know you're just doing your job. I attended the evening performance of Betty's show. Anastasia and I had a grand old time.
She accompanied you as your date?
She was at a loose end after the gala. Don't worry, I'm not here to tread on any toes. I mean, he can hold a conversation of sorts.
Okay.
You do not think particularly highly of him.
I've never had a problem with him before. Look, I ran into him last night in a bar after the show, and by the looks of him, it wasn't his first drink of the night. He was trying to sell me a lucrative business opportunity, a way we could both make some quick money.
Did you take him up on his offer?
God, no. When someone offers you something that sounds too good to be true, it usually is. That was some weekend. You should get him to tell you about it sometime.
Bragging is a sign of overconfidence.
You know, at first I found those kind of replies annoying.
I shall accept that as both a compliment.
If it wasn't for the detective here...
You have lived a life many of us have only heard about in stories.
I second that.
Yoff. I will not take up any more.
Alright.
I do not mean to interrupt.
Then perhaps you should wait until we have finished the interview.
I do not mean to interrupt.
Then
I do not mean to interrupt.
Then
Oh my god. Right,
Monsieur Hastings, of course. What do you need? What can I do?
Monsieur Christiansen was at the scene of the crime smoking with Mademoiselle Court-Smythe before her death.
Oh.
Could he be the holder of the original penitent Magdalene painting? He may very well have hidden it here.
I do not mean to.
Nah, okay, they aren't gonna budge, I'm afraid. Alright, so we're gonna have to go back later then. Fine by me, I guess.
Gentlemen, you're back.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Detective Hercule Poirot of the Kingdom of Belgium's police force.
You should have led with that before. Nathaniel Dryden, editor of the London Illustrated News.
My apologies. I was not aware of your position on our initial meeting.
That's quite all right. You were still more polite than most of the people that come through my door. What can I do for you? I did, but that was supposed to be an exclusive. How did you know?
It is a detective's job to know such things.
Doesn't really explain how, but okay. He said he had something to tell me that was going to blow me away. I couldn't say no.
Detective privilege.
Indeed she was. Although she was working on her own story, so I left her to it.
At no point did she leave the office?
She's a very hard worker and won't leave until the story is just how she wants it. Needless to say, she outstayed me. She had photographs to develop too, so was in the dark room for some time. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I have another appointment, if you don't mind. This place is usually full of all sorts that think they have a story for us, or want to know more about something we've published. I was meaning to mention that to Florence, actually.
Mention what?
A young foreign girl came in asking about a piece that was on show at the museum. Originated in Eastern Europe somewhere, and Florence had written an article on it.
Oh, it's Anastasia.
Did she say why she was so interested?
She said she was researching its journey from its first home with an affluent family. I forget the name. I couldn't tell her much more, besides that it was going to be moved from the museum shortly. No doubt into another exhibition somewhere.
Merci.
Merci.
Huh.
Right. Discover its contents. Photograph and the film. So we grab the film and do that.
Sacre. What is the meaning of this? It is the missing painting, and this photograph is identical to one that had been burnt in the fire.
Oh, plot's getting deep. Monsieur Hastings. Right, let's talk to him. Mr. Hastings. Monsieur. Right. I guess we can look at what's in the museum. Ah, there we go.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. Is everything all right? Do not worry. It will not be long before the murderer is brought to justice.
It's not that. I just cannot understand how such historically relevant pieces like this remain in British hands. It doesn't belong here.
I'm sorry, mademoiselle. I do not have the answer. I'm sure they are well maintained, if that is any consolation.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sure this is the last thing you wish to be talking about. Is there something I can help you with? Well, after it was all cut short rather abruptly, we made our way to Mrs. Allen's play.
We, mademoiselle?
Mr. Demir and myself. We were all at a loose end and he was kind enough to invite me. Yes, and it was something that I wanted to speak with you about, actually. At the gala, I spoke with the bishop and he mentioned a painting he had seen last year, but it was one that I'd read had been stolen. He couldn't have seen it when he said, unless... well... Oh, I wasn't aware Mr. Hastings was to be the focus of Florence's article.
On the contrary, it is only one of many she took at the gala. What interests me is the brooch.
Would you believe I found it? Amazing how careless some people can be.
Yeah, alright.
And you were intending on returning it?
Of course. It just slipped my mind with all the commotion of the painting.
Mademoiselle Cortsma, no longer requires it. I shall hold on to it for now.
I stayed well back. And the bishop is hardly the most threatening. I followed him into his church, but he was gone. I looked everywhere, but he was nowhere to be seen. It was like he just evaporated.
He is a man of God, not a magician.
I don't...
You have been most helpful, mademoiselle.
Right. Bridge.
Oh.
Right, museum. Yeah, okay, I guess it's just there for that dialogue, really. Let's go and see if their interview is finished.
I do not mean to interrupt.
Then perhaps...
Yeah, of course. Alright, I guess we continue our inspections, really.
What do you need? What can I do for you?
I will not take up.
No, okay. Right, torn page.
Ah. Huh. Hmm. Huh.
Alright, so it has to be here, really.
What do you need? What can...
I will not take.
Oh.
Ooh. Right, yeah, I guess. Okay, can't go in there.
I do not mean to
Then
It would be my...
You have been most helpful.
Alright.
Huh.
Yeah, they really didn't want us going there. Let's try. Notepad. Full of musical notes, so the page is clearly torn out. Yeah, I think it might be a little bit lost. I might need some tips.
What do you need? What?
I will not take.
Yeah, okay. Spectre's apartment and talk to Florence. Let's quickly see who's Florence. Yeah, okay.
Mademoiselle Farquhar, could I speak with you for a moment?
I'm in the middle of an interview.
I really must insist.
Oh, thank God.
That was incredibly unprofessional, Detective.
If we are to discuss professionalism, Perhaps we should talk about your work with Mademoiselle Cotte Smythe.
I think you've got me confused with...
Enough, mademoiselle. It is time for the truth.
You don't think I was involved?
Please do not feign ignorance, mademoiselle. Where did mademoiselle receive her inspiration to make her forgeries? I remind you that I stand before you as a detective. It would be wise not to continue this charade any longer.
Poirot, maybe we should...
Monsieur Hastings, if Mademoiselle Farquhar requires someone to speak in her defense, she can contact a lawyer.
That won't be necessary. She asked me to photograph certain pieces of art, that's all. I didn't know what she was doing with them. I swear.
Okay.
I have no idea. I thought she was just trying to help my career, and I needed it.
Your career does not appear to need the help of a criminal.
She had such confidence. She knew all the right things to say.
And she got exactly what she wanted from you.
I was financially dependent on her. She paid for the lifestyle that I had found myself in, that she pushed me into.
Couldn't you have just said no to her?
And risk her exposing me for what I had done? She was the one holding all the cards. I had no way of proving it was all her plan. I had no other choice but to do what she said.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Right.
Hmm.
Right.
Aha.
Right, hang on a second, I'm trying to remember. Right. That's the ring.
If it is, it's been written by someone that hasn't quite grasped the English language yet. Fire to Irene. Some kind of instruction to commit arson.
Ooh.
It seems too obvious, but does not mean it is wrong.
Aha.
I forgot it wrong, I think. Enoch. There we go. Alrighty then.
I am sorry to have interrupted.
By the looks of it, what you were saying was much more exciting.
Perhaps we should stick to my questions to you. You have been most helpful.
My question? Exit.
Huh.
Alright, there you go.
Oh. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh.
What do you need? The argument with Irene at the gala, and then...
Madame Hélène had uncovered their relationship. But even with this revelation, what still remains a mystery is Monsieur Christiansen's involvement with the theft.
Oh.
Ah. Huh.
Ah,
The
we found it
pigment
in
of
the
this
law.
paint is brighter than it should be.
Meaning?
We have found our second forgery.
Ah. Hmm.
Poirot, the door.
Oh, hello, sir.
What are you doing in?
Monsieur Christiansen, welcome home.
This doesn't look good, does it?
We have much to discuss.
So Mr. Christiansen had an opportunity and a motive, but he continues to deny killing her.
And still 2 forgeries remain.
I knew it.
Pardon, monsieur?
I knew that's why she stayed so friendly with her. Irene always said she was besotted. that she could get her to do whatever she wanted.
Okay.
Perhaps you should elaborate on the identity of her?
The curator. Evelyn, what's her name? She could spot a forgery at 20 yards. What better person to show you the ropes so you can make your own?
If the Board of Trustees at the museum got wind of this, Miss Warbeck's career would be finished.
And in her own words, if anyone was to jeopardize her career,
she wouldn't be held responsible for her actions.
It seems Monsieur Christiansen may not be the only person tied to Mademoiselle Court Smythe who has a secret to hide. Madame Hélène has confirmed the surprise appearance of her husband during the intermission of her show. And as expected, she... Monsieur Hastings.
Alright,
There is something troubling you?
If I may speak freely.
You do not have to ask my permission.
This is all very overwhelming. We seem to be taking one step forward and two steps back.
I can understand your confusion, but you cannot allow it to consume you and your emotions to take charge.
Easier said than done. I just...
Oui, monsieur?
Must you be so hard on her?
I presume you refer to Mademoiselle Farquhar.
You talk about emotions not taking charge.
She is a suspect in a murder investigation, not a guest at afternoon tea. If Mademoiselle Farquhar is more important than discovering the truth and finding justice...
I would have thought you would know better of me by now. I'm sorry, but I don't agree with how you spoke to her.
When it is your investigation, you will have the authority to conduct your questioning how you see fit. Until then, I will continue in a manner that has and continues to bring criminals to justice.
And I'll just keep my opinions to myself.
Let us focus on the case. What do we know about Mademoiselle Warbeck's relationship with the deceased?
Mr. Christensen suggested she had romantic feelings towards Irene, but she was just another of her pawns.
She cleaned the master key to hide Mademoiselle Court Smythe's actions. But perhaps she then became worried about her own involvement.
You think she could have killed her to stop the truth coming out to the trustees?
Probably.
Which would in turn ruin her career. It is certainly a possibility.
Alright, is anyone at the tables? Yeah, actually.
Your Grace.
Detective Poirot, good morning. Can I assume there is still a murderer loose on the streets?
London is a very large city. I would fathom a guess that there is more than one, as I have not had the chance to arrest him yet.
Your confidence astounds me. Look, you had better make it quick. I'm meeting the young Russian girl here. She had some questions about the museum building at the gala. Questions I'm sure only I can answer. God teaches us to forgive and love thy neighbor. Sometimes that can be more challenging than expected.
Okay.
Has she offended you personally?
Using the museum for her sordid meetings with those uncouth men? I'd say so.
She doesn't strike me as someone that would be caught up in that sort of thing.
And what sort of thing am I referring to?
Well,
Exactly. If you don't know, it would be wise to remain quiet and... I walked in on them in the restoration room a couple of weeks ago. I had come straight from my regular Sunday service, as I had some business to tend to. I opened the door and saw them all sitting there, scheming and planning.
Oh, okay.
You are not aware of what they were meeting about?
Do you need to wash your ears out? I just told you what they were up to. And I could see she had the financial books out. Why would she need them? I'm not even privy to those. And when she saw me, they stopped talking immediately. Surely that is a sign of their guilt?
Merci, Your Grace.
Right. Alright, so there's nothing we can link yet.
Go on, then. You make it sound as though it is I that has a problem with her.
Forgive me, have I misinterpreted?
If you cannot even understand what I have to say, how will you ever understand what Jesus and his Father in heaven require of you?
I just hate this character so much.
That is perhaps a matter best discussed at a later time.
There is no need to lose one's temper, Detective.
Your Grace, please.
A lesson for another time. Let's just say that I certainly wouldn't have given that common thief an exhibition.
Merci.
Righty then. Let's figure out what we can link. Don't think there's much else. Right, I gotta just talk to him again.
Go on, then.
No.
Merci.
Okay. Right, so let's discuss with Evelyn, I guess. Yeah, I absolutely love the lighting in the evening.
Mademoiselle Warbeck, if you have a moment.
I'm actually rather busy. Is there any chance you could come back later?
I would have thought recovering your painting and identifying a murderer would be at the top of your priority list.
I'm sorry. It's just been so hectic here. I can spare 5 minutes. Is it?
You do not wish to impede my investigation?
No, but I don't really understand what they have to do with the case.
It is important that... that is quite all right, mademoiselle. It was not my intention to make you feel uncomfortable.
Honorable? That's a good one.
I get the sense you two spend your time butting faces.
No doubt. Yeah, there's definitely some beef.
Butting heads.
Oui, butting heads.
It would be easier to say what we do agree on. I don't know what he has against me. I didn't like one of his suggestions for an exhibition, and since then he's made it pretty clear he wants me gone. Usually after an exhibition, the artist's work would be returned to them.
But on this occasion, that is not an option.
I still have every intention of going ahead with the exhibit that includes her work, even if the trustees are against it. I'm still the curator of this museum. I'm hanging her work now, and that's that.
I recall...
You have been most...
Alright. It's about museum, restoration room, tours. Okay. Alright, a date planner.
Huh.
Right, blue, yellow. Oh, blue, yellow, and then I guess we get the color codes. Nine. And then 9358. Okay. 9358.
Aha.
Right, later. And then financial books, alright.
Come now. Come, my little grey cells.
Unnamed recipients.
I must take a different approach. Hot on the culprits here. The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Right, I guess.
Bishop Mountjoy was quite adamant Mademoiselle Warbeck's meeting was something untoward. Although I believe anything she does, he will likely look upon negatively. To have a young woman undermine him in front of the other trustees would have been the ultimate insult. He allows his personal feelings to accentuate his cynical side, instead of allowing facts and evidence to show the truth, as one should. Mademoiselle Warbeck was doing nothing detrimental to the museum. In fact, quite the opposite with her attempt to modernize it. Likely against the old-fashioned trustees' opinions.
Yep. Alrighty then, let's go and talk to them, I guess.
Go right ahead, Detective. I wonder who you've been talking to. What did he tell you? That I've been up to no good?
Not in so many words.
I was meeting with artists for a new exhibition. He has no idea what he is talking about when it comes to art. Or really anything for that fact. He can't see the future. The new wave that will change the art world forever.
As well as the uncouth gentleman you met. He also mentioned the financial books.
Uncouth? Anyone not wearing full priest robes is uncouth to him.
Oh, the roasted.
wouldn't show Horace the finances because it has nothing to do with him. And he's simply looking for any excuse to have me fired. Nothing more. Well, considering he didn't want her work anywhere near the museum, I wouldn't have said they had one at all. Then the next thing I heard was that he had commissioned her to do some pieces for his church. I didn't know anything about it until Irene told me.
Do you know what he had commissioned her to paint?
No idea, I'm afraid. She was sworn to secrecy.
You have been most helpful.
Alright, so I guess we go after him.
Go on, then. You'll have to be more specific than that, Detective.
The paintings produced by Mademoiselle Court-Smythe's brush.
Oh, yes. Well, I thought it was necessary if she was to feature in the museum.
You couldn't just use her other pieces as reference?
I suppose I could have, but I don't actually see why it is any concern of yours. It is not as though I kept it anyway. I wasn't happy with it clogging up my bin, let alone my museum.
Merci, Your Grace.
Strange, okay.
Go on, then.
Merci.
Oh, okay. Right, tiptoe.
Oh. Huh. Huh. Aha.
A metal tube. Okay.
Oh. Aha. Huh. Ah.
Signature, alright.
Oh. Huh. Order and method. Logical thinking shall always. The answer was staring me. The evidence suggests. This will not get me any.
Right.
Is there something? Another success.
It appears that the good bishop has been replacing the church's original artworks with fakes painted by Mademoiselle Court Smythe. He commissioned her to make these forgeries so that no one would notice when the originals disappeared.
Disappearing where, though? You don't think he's selling them, do you?
Why else? Mademoiselle Babagna appears to have been right about the bishop's connection to the black market. Now, Hastings, we must ask ourselves, where might Bishop Mountjoy be hiding the original paintings from the church before he sells them on? We must gain access to the space behind the confessional.
Yeah. And then yeah. We just. What? Nothing happened. What?
Why don't you have a look first?
Do not tell me you are afraid of the dark.
Not the dark, just pitch black, eerie passages in old churches. Poirot, where are we?
If I am not mistaken, this is part of the secret tunnels that were built hundreds of years ago to sneak those that did not agree with the powers of the country out.
And why exactly are we in here?
The why must never be obvious. That is the whole point.
Right.
Right, anything to inspect around it? Yes, this is like the forgery kind of operation.
Oh.
Painting. Alright, is there anything to do with the brooch? No, okay.
We have our third forgery. There is evidence of a much more modern painting on the back of the canvas.
Thank goodness. Don't know how I would explain finding the original in such a state.
Bishop Mountjoy must have discovered the painting that he received from Mademoiselle Court Smythe was one of her forgeries.
And lashed out. Now it makes sense. He's been using this room to store his own private art collection. I can picture him sitting here, smug as anything, surrounded by stolen paintings.
Yep, 100%.
What I find most unfortunate
is that not only does he deprive the world of beauty and joy from seeing these works, but he also keeps them in such dark and dank conditions, the old fool. He's even having to light his candle clock to keep from drifting off down here. Such a waste, don't you think, Poirot?
One's opinions are now worth listening to.
I was only voicing my thoughts.
You have thoughts beside those of Mademoiselle Farquhar?
Really, Poirot? You still think so little of me?
When one exclaims such regard for a suspect in a murder investigation, it is hard not to think any other way and comment so.
You may not be so accustomed to the idea of showing, or at least having, some form of empathy for our fellow man.
There is a difference between empathy and lust.
And there is a difference between commenting and being rude and obnoxious.
I was not expecting Monsieur Hastings to be so sensitive on the matter. Perhaps this conversation is best saved for when we are not trapped together.
What was that? Oh, just the bishop's candle clock. I don't know about you, but I've had enough of this place. Let's get out of here. What are you doing, Poirot?
S'il vous plaît, un moment.
The bishop's candle clock has forced me to question everything of the murder scene that I previously thought I knew.
We must return to Mademoiselle Court-Smythe's apartment.
Perhaps that is a job best left for you, by yourself.
Oh, come on, Hastings. You really gonna leave us behind?
Aha. Huh. Oh.
Alright, this is actually really good.
Aha.
Oh.
Aha. Et maintenant. Oh.
I believe myself to be the greatest detective in the most prestigious police force in the world. But I have been duped and swindled, falling directly into the trap laid by the killer. And now I stand here alone, contemplating what is to come next. Monsieur Hastings was quick to make his excuses to retire to his abode and not return to the scene of the crime by my side. I hope there is not something further that troubles him. One does not need added strains at a time when steps must be retraced and a new timeline considered. Sacré. I have spent my time staring into the sun when deceit and deception has taken place in the shadows. A murderer remains free. But the truth of the fire eludes Detective Hercule Poirot no more, and soon neither will bear identity.
Okay.
I cannot believe I allowed myself to fall for such a deceptive move. The killer knew I would ask for an alibi, and they knew how to cover their tracks perfectly. Now, though, I have the upper hand. The killer believes that I have extinguished all avenues of my questioning, unaware I know the truth of the fire.
I wish Monsieur Hastings were here. I was perhaps too harsh with him. I know of his want for the same as I, the truth. But now I fear that I have lost him to my own tenacious demeanor.
Yeah, probably.
Now more than ever do I need my little grey cells working at full capacity.
He said the thing. Let's go.
Monsieur Demire and Mademoiselle Babagna. I am glad to say that they both still have alibis, as the show had just reached its second act. I can be sure that neither was involved. Mademoiselle Farquhar. She claims that she was in the dark room developing pictures, and even with this new discovery, her alibi stands. Monsieur Dryden can confirm. Monsieur Christiansen, one of my key suspects, drinking alone except for a brief encounter with Monsieur Demire. But Madame Allen can substantiate his trip to see her at the theater to apologize during the intermission. Which leads us to the good Madame Allen, on stage performing. Innocent. A side note, I must make an effort to see her production. From what I have heard, she sounds quite captivating. The Honorable Bishop Mountjoy. His Compline prayers had not yet begun, but Mademoiselle Warbeck and he were together in what I can only imagine to be an uncomfortable meeting for them both. Her innocence has already been confirmed, although upon learning of how she has been treated, I would not have been surprised. Last but certainly not least, Monsieur Aylesworth, and the article in the newspaper documenting his, as some see, heroic speech amongst the House of Commons is alibi enough for the murder.
Hmm.
And where are we left now? Every suspect seemingly as innocent as they were yesterday. But when one looks most innocent, that is when Detective Poirot is most suspicious.
Alright, lads and lasses, Chapter 8.
Finally, a face I can trust.
Everything all right, Poirot?
I'm afraid things could not be further from all right.
Don't tell me the famous Detective Poirot is stumped.
Stumped? No. Perplexed? Oui. Perhaps you can be my perfect distraction.
I may not be the celebrated doctor that my father hoped for, but I still like to keep up with recent medical journals.
And what is the latest discovery?
Cocaine use, yeah.
This particular article is about the effect of cocaine on the user's body. I thought I liked to have a good time, but that drug, too much for me.
What makes you say that?
I wouldn't want my heart beating at the speed of a locomotive. Here, read for yourself. I haven't actually. I gave him my office telephone number and said he could call anytime, but not a peep.
You sound surprised.
Yeah, he probably wants to keep his health issues out of the public eye. Hence me offering to help, but he seems to be just fine, surprisingly.
Yeah, it's kind of suspect.
Do you think there is a chance he could have faked it all?
I mean, with the shoe.
How those little grey cells of yours work sometimes. Amazing.
Please, my friend.
You're serious? Don't know why, but I suppose he could have.
At this point, anything is a possibility. I think a visit to Monsieur Aylesworth at the Royal Society of Art is in order. Mademoiselle Babagna, a pleasure as always.
Good morning, gentlemen.
I'm afraid my pleasantries are to be cut short this morning. I have a most pressing matter.
Alright, let's go after Mortimer.
Just a moment. I'm coming.
What a great commotion coming from behind the door. What on earth is Monsieur Aylesworth up to?
Ah, detective. What can I do for you?
Could you spare a moment of your time? If you are feeling up to it?
Why wouldn't I?
You are recovering from a potentially fatal heart attack. I would not want to aggravate or upset you in any way.
Are we really going over this again?
It would help me clear up some discrepancies.
Very well. As I've said before, I was in the House of Commons addressing the bench, as you know. And then I was speaking with the reporter.
The editor, Nathaniel Dryden.
If you say so, at the news office.
Monsieur Aylesworth is sticking to his story. I did not expect that it would be easy to unsettle a politician of his experience.
And why would I? And why would I? Oh, to thank him for his help at the museum. Yes, of course. I've been meaning to send him a thank you gift.
All right.
One would think that thanking the man that saved your life would be further up your priorities.
I'm a very busy man, as I'm sure you understand. And I don't know whether I'd go as far as saying he saved my life.
On the contrary. Had Monsieur Demire not been there with his extensive medical training, and a man of your age, perhaps you would not be here talking with me today.
If Monsieur Aylesworth is not prepared to tell the truth, perhaps I can use his own pompous nature and guilt against him.
The nurse said herself that I had the heart of a young athlete. It'll take more than that to slow me down.
Well, I would not take that as a sign to start a sporting career. Merci, monsieur.
I find myself in a most problematic position. My associate, Monsieur Hastings, is nowhere to be found when I need him the most.
Yeah.
There must be someone else that I can call upon. Someone to fill the shoes of... The obvious choice would be Monsieur Demire. But I wonder if he is suited to the task.
Oh, we need to get the we need to get the Russian lady to help us. Alright, here we go.
Good morning, mademoiselle. My apologies for my earlier departure.
That's quite all right. Mr. Demire informed me of the facts.
The case has taken a direction I had not foreseen, and it now leaves me...
I will not stand here and listen to you wallow. How can I help? Go on.
I require a distraction. I promise you will come to no harm and...
Who am I to distract, and from what?
Monsieur Aylesworth. I need to gain access to his office without his watchful eye.
Detective Poirot? Preparing to cross the line of law?
Not cross. Merely tiptoe alongside.
I mean, that's one way to put it.
I assume you have already devised a plan?
A requested tour of the Royal Society of Art building should give me appropriate time.
Then that is what I shall do.
The door has been left ajar, exactly as required. I could hear Monsieur Aylesworth fumbling around behind his door on my last visit. And combined with his hesitation to open his door to me, I can presume he had something he did not want Detective Poirot to see.
Alright. Questionable.
Huh. Oh. Huh.
Okay.
I must act on. Come now. Think.
One top sound.
Where is the sense?
Is that really the clip? Oh, okay.
I should not be surprised.
Bookshelf.
Come, my little Grace Alice. I cannot see the logic. Something just does. The pieces of the puzzle are.
Right, and that's the Thompson.
Hot on the culprits. I must take a different approach.
Alright.
Is there something I should consider? Voila.
Put your hands up and step away from there.
Monsieur, there is no need.
Enough of your phony pleasantries. Let's see what the real police have to say.
Oh god,
The
tension.
first thing they would notice is the politician aiming his revolver at an officer while they are conducting official police business.
I'm sure they would agree. I have every right to protect myself from a foreign intruder.
Wow, were you really good?
If you were to lower the gun, perhaps we could discuss the situation we find ourselves in.
You may have authority in your own country, but not here. Now, explain yourself. You don't know what you're talking about. Enough! I need a second to think about all this. How has it all come to this? No, it's not my fault. It's...
It is not too late. Your intentions were good. Scotland Yard will look sympathetically at...
If you had just left that fool Hardwick to it, we wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't have to do this.
I have done nothing but remain honorable to my oath to uphold the law. It is Monsieur's choices and actions that have brought us to this point. And he must accept responsibility for what is to come.
Poirot, are you all right?
Oh, he missed.
All the better for seeing you, Hastings.
Wow, L. Shit accuracy, shit player.
I was worried I was going to miss him.
Your timing and accuracy could not have been more perfect.
What do we do now?
Let's go Hastings
We
with
take
the
our
assist.
lead.
And what about him? Will he be okay?
He shall be fine. Although I am not envious of the sore head he will awake to. Come, there is much to tell.
behind the bookshelf. But I never.
Alright, so now we know there's something behind
Monsieur
the bookshelf.
Dryden, how are you?
Detective...
Poirot.
Yes, of course. What can I do for you? She is, but not here, I'm afraid.
Do you know where she is?
She said something about heading back to the museum. For what, exactly?
Forgive me. I recently inherited a number of belongings from a deceased relative, including an undeveloped spool of film.
I'd like to help, but there isn't anyone here that could develop them for you.
I am more than capable, and I'll leave it tidier than when we arrived.
In that case, knock yourselves out. I've got a meeting to run to anyway. I shouldn't be longer than half an hour or so.
Pardon. Where has this confident and daring version of Monsieur Hastings been hidden?
We all have a hidden side. It's just our own choice of when to show it.
Mr. Hastings.
So, our first step is...
Don't tell me there is something the great Detective Poirot doesn't know.
I must concede that photography is something I have little experience in.
Lucky I'm here then. We need to start with a tray filled with developing fluid. Next, pour the fixer fluid into another tray and then add the photographic paper.
I have a newfound respect for those that make such activities look so simple.
Let's just wait until we see the results. It shouldn't take long.
Yeah, I remember in college learning up photography, so we had to do this whole darkroom stuff. It was really fun though.
Ah. Oh. Oh.
Alright.
Ah. Ah.
Have you found it yet? You want the photographic fixer?
And how would one know it from another?
It smells like ammonia. Handy, I suppose, when you can't see much in here. We've already been over this, Poirot.
I have no intentions of continuing our previous conversation. What we must address now is her potential guilt.
She didn't steal the painting, though. We know that.
Her guilt in Mademoiselle Court-Smythe's murder.
True, yeah.
Merci.
Alright, we don't have the info we need yet.
Okay, I think that's everything. Oh.
Is there a problem?
There shouldn't be, but there must be light coming in from somewhere.
Is that not the point of a dark room? That it will allow no light in to damage the photographs?
We need to find where the light's coming in from and damaging the prints.
You continue your work, and I shall find the curious light source.
Alright. Right, now I believe that we've done it.
Monsieur Hastings, may we talk a moment?
I'm in the middle of developing these. Can it wait?
I'm afraid not.
Mr. Poirot, you are a genius.
Let's see.
Mr. Poirot, you are a genius. That would never have even occurred to me. I've got a lot to learn. Look, this photograph is just about finished. Is that?
It appears so.
And what has she got in her hand? That can't be the same cigarette case.
The cigarette case that was taken from Mademoiselle Farquhar's luggage on our voyage here.
Interesting. Okay.
It appears Mademoiselle Farquhar had a much closer relationship with Mademoiselle Court Smythe. I would say they...
cousins.
Oui, monsieur. Hastings, I must thank you.
For what? Allowing myself to be enticed by Miss Farquhar's feminine nature.
For saving me from whatever Monsieur Aylesworth and his revolver had planned.
If it wasn't for me licking my wounds, you wouldn't have been there alone in the first place.
And if you were, and not at the Court Smythe estate, we would never have made such revelations. You are one of the most honest and authentic fellows I have met. You cannot allow a misguided moment of red-blooded male instinct to taint that.
You have never let yourself fall to the wicked ways of the fairer sex.
No. And that is a day I cannot even fathom.
Alright. I think
With
chapter 9 is
Hastings' help
is
at
the
Court
last
Smythe estate,
chapter of the game.
Something I would have liked to have considered. We now know the reasoning behind Mademoiselle Farquhar's brutal actions towards her own cousin. The circumstances around the murder need no further consideration. But the location of the missing Benedent Magdalene still frustrates me. A moment of peace before one's little grey cells must ponder how Mademoiselle Court Smythe made it from the museum with the painting in tow. Ah yes, Hastings had something for me. An invitation to Mademoiselle Court Smythe's exhibit. Even after the truths of her crimes and personal betrayal, Mademoiselle Warbeck still feels it within her for a final send-off. Perhaps Mademoiselle did not leave with the painting at all.
Poirot, there you are. What are you...
On this occasion, there is no time for pleasantries. We shall finally bring the mystery of the missing painting to an end.
Let's go.
We must return to the scene of the initial crime, the Royal Edward Gallery.
And you know the best piece, so the best part of every Poirot story? When everything comes together.
Please ask them to convene in the exhibition room.
Is there something you're not telling me?
All will be revealed.
Wait, what does this title say? Or with
Monsieur
the
et Mesdames, thank you for joining us here today.
What's this all about? Yes, my time is rather valuable.
I thought everyone was here to see the exhibition.
I'm all for looking at some real art, as long as it's not all hers.
I understand the frustration and hostility that most of you must feel towards her. For some, even...
Hatred, loathing, disgust.
Betty, please.
Alright, so who do you think it is?
Even after everything, you stand here and defend her?
I'm not defending her. If anyone should hate her, it's me.
Alright, Fred from Scooby-Doo.
Perhaps you should move on.
In this room is where it all began. Or at least, that is how it appeared. We are all aware Mademoiselle Smythe was behind the painting's disappearance. But it was not a moment of greed that drove her, but rather a well-orchestrated plan that involved most of you tangled in her web of lies and deceit.
All right, we all know why we're here. Maybe you can speed it along a little.
At the Detective Inspector's request, I shall forego the series of events that led up to the theft of the penitent Magdalene painting. Perhaps a fitting place to begin would be with the death of Mademoiselle Smythe.
If that's going to get things moving.
You are all aware of the fire and murder that took place at Mademoiselle Smythe's loft apartment.
The fire that she started after having one too many.
I love that he's still going with this.
That is where the difference between desire for the truth and the actual truth go their separate ways. Inside Mademoiselle's apartment was the penitent Magdalene painting, or at least a forgery. One of 4 produced by her own brush. The fire was set purposely in an attempt to destroy evidence and hide the true nature of her death. Poison.
This is all going to make for some story.
Deals were hatched, forgeries were created, and promises were broken. Mademoiselle Smythe used a mask of deception and authenticity to betray you all. She allowed for you all to see and know only what was necessary to complete your part. Except for one.
As much as I'm enjoying this show, any chance we can get to who killed her?
You shall have to wait only
Classic Hardwick.
As there was only one accomplice left, and perhaps the most important. Not only her aid in the museum, but in the construction of the forgeries. Mademoiselle Farquhar's deception began before I had even left the shores of Belgium.
You were part of it, the whole time.
Taking us all for fools.
Haven't you caused enough damage?
You have done that yourself.
Madame Hélène, the famous actress and performer, your story is one I learned with a heavy heart.
Look here!
When you overheard the conversation between your husband and Mademoiselle Smythe at the gala, your suspicions were confirmed.
I did everything to keep you happy, but it was never good enough.
It began with an infatuation, but turned into a relationship. With the money stolen from your wife, you planned on running away together.
So that's why you took it. You coward.
She manipulated me from day one. She used me. She used her.
Oh, just keep it shut.
Perhaps for once, you should listen to your wife.
Or get told.
I wonder how many other hidden skeletons are going to appear.
I know you have a flair for the dramatic, but I do have a job to do.
I have dedicated my life to serving God.
The pieces you had commissioned by Mademoiselle Court-Smythe, which hang on your church walls.
Why are we even standing here listening to this man?
Has this got anything to do with, frankly, anything?
Okay.
Mademoiselle Court-Smythe's forgeries would be hung on the church walls, while the originals were sold on the black market to lace your own pockets.
You have no proof of these accusations.
Poirot, the penitent Magdalene.
How could one forget? We have already discussed one of the multiple forgeries, and found amongst your hidden collection the second. Mademoiselle Court-Smythe sold you a forgery that you believed to be real, and upon learning of its fabrication, you lashed out, destroying it. One should not allow oneself the arrogance to consider themselves the smartest in the room, especially when they have already fallen foul to another's lies and deception. I am sure theft and embezzlement are questionable enough in God's eyes.
I know things got out of hand, but it was you that broke into my office in the first place.
Alright, there we go.
There still remains one missing forgery. The image of the honorable and distinguished gentleman that you present yourself as has gone on long enough.
It may seem like an alien concept to you, but we English, we take great pride in how we present ourselves. How long are we going to entertain this man's twisted fantasies?
Poirot, can we move this along?
While searching the main hall for clues, a snuff box was found, full of cocaine. And after speaking with my good friend, Monsieur Demire, about the effects of cocaine on the human body,
recent studies have discovered that the use of cocaine and other such stimulants can put a tremendous strain on the human body, including an increased heart rate.
Or get caught.
Oh, preposterous! I would never do that.
Your heart attack became the perfect distraction, while Mademoiselle Court-Smythe was able to slip into the exhibition room and remove the painting from the wall.
Faking a heart attack is pretty low, even for a politician.
Monsieur Hastings.
Once the painting had been confirmed as stolen.
And Monsieur Aylesworth had bothered the detective inspector enough to show he had nothing to do with its disappearance.
He would get to keep the original and claim the insurance money. He was going to have his cake and eat it too.
I'm not going to stand here.
You'll stay right where you are.
A stolen painting, timed perfectly with his crossing of the aisle in the House of Commons. All designed to raise his profile, just in time to announce his desire to be a prime ministerial candidate.
I wasn't doing it for me. The poor and the needy. I wanted to give them a voice.
What was I gonna do with anything?
I have never heard a more self-righteous claim for breaking the law in all my life.
Exactly, tell him.
How am I meant to help those that really need it unless I'm in a position that can really bring about change?
It all ends here, where it began.
Poirot, the penitent Magdalene.
Alrighty, lads.
You know where the painting is, and who killed Irene.
Mademoiselle Warbeck, do you remember the words you used when discussing your career?
No, I mean, yes. You're taking it out of context.
On the contrary, Mademoiselle Court Smythe threatened your career by involving you in the theft. The exact context you described.
I wouldn't kill her, though. I couldn't.
You cleaned the key to the restoration room, did you not? You continued to deny your involvement with the deceased. A relationship that was nothing more than misplaced love.
You think I don't know that now? I knew it had been her that took the key from my pocket. But when I confronted her...
Behind bars, that's where she belongs.
Give it a rest, old man.
Oh, tell him.
She can't speak to me like that.
Before you continue riding your high horse, Your Grace, perhaps one should consider one's own actions.
My actions? How dare you? You're making a mockery of me, the Church, and God himself.
Absolutely, and I'll do it again.
It is you that makes a mockery, and I am sure God will forgive me for saying so.
Right, I think I've said everything that I can.
I know you have a flair for the...
Mademoiselle Court Smythe manipulated everyone. But that does not excuse the parts that you all have played.
Poirot, the murderer. Tell us now, or I'm marching them all down the station.
Of our suspects, all guilty in some form or other, only one committed the ultimate sin. Monsieur Christiansen, a lover, jilted and tossed aside from a life promised together. Mademoiselle Warbeck, another that was promised her heart only to become a second, caught in Mademoiselle's web. Monsieur Aylesworth, anger at a foolproof plan backfiring. Bishop Mountjoy, a third, sold the idea of an original painting, livid at the thought he had been tricked. Mademoiselle Farquhar, trapped in a partnership where you did not receive what was owed to you. All with motive, but lacking opportunity. Until the realization that someone had used a timer to set the fire. Isn't that right, Mademoiselle Farquhar? Our true relation to the deceased. Cousins, standing to inherit her entire family estate.
You don't understand. It wasn't like that.
You decided to poison her with potassium cyanide, a chemical often found in photography development, via the cork of a bottle of champagne. Wearing an almost identical hat to the deceased, you were able to disguise yourself as her and be seen by the neighbor, leaving her body lifeless in her own apartment. You tried to cover your involvement in both the forgeries and the murder by destroying any evidence. Incredibly clever. Your nefarious plan setting the fire almost tricked even I.
Did you really just praise her for starting a fire?
On the contrary, it was the deception behind the fire. A timer was used, allowing for Mademoiselle Farquhar to be seen in her office as she slipped in and out of the dark room window.
I didn't want to kill her, but she gave me no choice.
What?
She gave you no choice. You planned and executed a brutal murder. She was your cousin.
A cousin that has controlled me for years. I couldn't escape her.
She held you captive? I did not see a prison cell in her apartment.
No, of course she didn't. Emotionally and financially, I was her captive. I was a struggling critic. But she taught me how to stand up for myself and get what I wanted, what I deserved.
You were aware of her scheme all along?
Not at first. I didn't know she was selling them on the black market.
But even when you did find out, you didn't stop.
There was always a reason I couldn't. And what money I did get, she would hold for me. I couldn't remain under her control anymore. There was no other way.
Mademoiselle, there is always another way.
All I see is the student becoming the master.
Detective Inspector, perhaps it is time that Mademoiselle was escorted to the police station. The truth has been revealed, and Mademoiselle Courtsmythe's murderer will pay the price for her crimes.
There is something you're forgetting, though.
If you think for a moment that the location of the original painting has slipped my mind.
Go on then, where is it?
In this very museum. If the original painting was to find its way into her portfolio, it would be returned to her after her exhibition has concluded. Meaning,
it would be delivered to her on a plate.
Exactement. She prepared one of her picture frames and made sure it would be in the restoration room.
What on earth is he doing?
You've got to be kidding me.
It would take too long to remove the nails from the frame and hide it, surely.
The nails were sawn down, creating the illusion of being used correctly, when in fact the backboard was easily accessible. Hidden perfectly behind what Mademoiselle Courtsmythe deemed to be her masterpiece.
I never doubted him for a second.
Messieurs et mesdames, the penitent Magdalene.
And there we go.
Well, detective, you've solved both the theft and murder. I am rather impressed.
Finding the murderer and solving 2 thefts would have been far more impressive.
2 thefts? You already have another case?
You have forgotten Mademoiselle Farquhar's missing cigarette case.
Oh, of course. Do you think Miss Farquhar lied about it going missing after all? Perhaps it really was worth something.
Mademoiselle Farquhar is far from an honest woman. Lies tripping from her tongue at every turn. But if her motive was indeed to fake theft and claim the insurance money, she would surely not have let it lying where Mademoiselle Babagnan claimed to have found it. Mademoiselle Babagnan's motive is now clear. How she pulled off such a cunning theft still eludes me. Something Hastings said has my little grey cells fired up. Nothing is ever quite what it seems. I suppose we are all forgeries or counterfeits in some form or other.
That is so deep.
Could Mademoiselle Babagnan have pulled the wool over my eyes in a similar way? I must return to the evidence from the ship with this new perspective.
It is you that should be happy, mademoiselle. With no effort at all, you were able to save the day with barely a second thought. You turned a stolen heirloom with a thief and a victim into nothing more than a misplaced item.
A case of being in the right place at the right time.
I do not believe in coincidence. You were where you were meant to be. Had you not boarded when you did, you would likely have not been invited to the gala at all. Or been able to be within touching distance of so many beautiful and historical pieces, including the silver mantle. One thing I have learnt during my time here in London is that people portray a version of themselves. One to be seen or be met, and another that remains hidden from the world.
What are you trying to say, detective?
That there are some that wear a mask of authenticity. That perhaps, under different circumstances, I would have had the pleasure of meeting a different Mademoiselle Babagnan.
Will you be leaving London now?
There are a few small matters to settle before I leave. Mademoiselle Farquhar is now in the hands of the Scotland Yard, where she will stand trial for her crimes.
You really do believe in the law, don't you?
If you do not believe in the law, Madness and lunacy will ensue.
And everyone should be punished for their crimes?
I believe that we should be held accountable for our actions. No one man is above the law.
Or woman?
And you, mademoiselle? Are you to leave London?
There's nothing more for me here. I hear Paris is quite beautiful. Perchance our paths should cross again.
Perhaps, under those different circumstances.
I look forward to it, Detective.
Well, that's that then.
Oui, monsieur. The cases are closed and Mademoiselle Farquhar will shortly be behind bars.
What of the others?
Judging by the detective inspector's glare at Monsieur Aylesworth, he will not be escaping the law. And Bishop Mountjoy. Once news spreads of his connection with the black market, I would question his attendance come the Sunday service.
I was hoping at least someone would get a happy ending.
Monsieur Hastings, you have been by my side throughout this investigation. Without you, the guilty parties, would not be facing the consequences of their actions.
And now they're a team.
I helped where I could, but it was mostly you. I know that.
What you may not know, and I would kindly request you keep to yourself, is that I consider myself somewhat of a...
loner?
I would not go as far as that. But it appears you understand my sentiment.
Good thing I was around to save you from a gunman.
I fear I shall not live that down.
I'll maybe hold on to it a little longer. Not many can say they've saved the great Detective Poirot.
The great Detective Poirot. As much as I admire your formality, I think we should look for something more familiar, accustomed to our new relationship.
Our new relationship?
I have seen the benefit of friendship. Connecting with someone that can be trusted and loyal. Someone that shares an authenticity not only in themselves, but in their beliefs.
And that's me. Detective Poirot and his trusted friend, Arthur Hastings.
It does have a certain charm to it, n'est-ce pas?
And there we go. We have done it. And thank you, SG. And what did you think of it? Right, I'm not sure if there's like a post-credit scene or not, so I'm curious. Yeah, I think it's a great little game. Same, yeah. I think that it's really good. Man, Oxfordly is the ABC murders mechanics-wise, yeah. It's similar to the first cases, which I think was a year or two ago. Yeah, but yeah. Well, luckily it's not as fiddly as the ABC murders. Yeah, I'm very curious about how they're going to adapt the Orient Express. And yeah, we should find out on October. All right, how long is this credits? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to also. Yeah, I'm already like in the screenshots, so I am very curious about how they're going to turn that into a game. I think it will be really cool. Alright, is there anything with like post credits? I assume not. Out of interest, have you tried Sherlock Holmes games? I haven't actually tried those games. So I would be very interested in trying them next. Which ones are the ones that to look out for? Because I've seen a lot of them. I think you'd enjoy it. Excellent, yeah. And I think it will definitely be incredibly fun to try out. More action based. Oh, okay. Right, I think I'm missing one thing, right? Visit a lonely dog. Okay. Anyone who plays the Devil's Daughter, which was fun, eh? Okay, well, I'll be sure to look into it. Man, I think a more kind of action-focused thing sounds like an interesting kind of idea. I heard good things about the follow-up games too. Okay. Well, when they put them up on sale, then I'm definitely gonna play them. Oh, also, speaking of which, let's see who we can raid, I guess. Is Mr. Wolfie still on? Yeah, okay. Oh god, playing League of Legends. let's read him anyway though. And yeah, thank you all so much for attending. I've had a really good time with this, and I will see you all next time. Yeah, thank you. I enjoyed it. Awesome. Yeah, I really enjoyed it all. Also.
You're like the Joker, dude. You're just chaos. Constant chaos. Oh, big gang from the new rolling in. Oh, Tom. He's fine. He's chilling. Tom with the clan. Which makes a lot of sense into the new
Yes. Okay, thank you for the raid. And Hysteria's here as well. Hey guys, what's up?